Good evening, everyone. Glad to see folks jumped on a little bit early, and I'm really eager to see who else jumps on tonight. We are going to have a primer for our Toolbox giveaway drawing that occurs next Friday. That's December 9th at 9:30 p.m. Central Time right here on this channel. So I want to thank you all for joining tonight. It'd be fun to go over the process that I developed for the drawing because it's unique and it should be a lot of fun. I have not been so excited about anything really in the recent past as I am about giving away this toolbox. I can't wait to see who wins it. I can't wait to shake that person's hand, and it'll be really great when this is all said and done and all the donations for the fundraiser settle to give Teresa Jimenez and her family a nice check right before Christmas. So someone's getting a great Christmas gift in the toolbox, and someone else is getting a great Christmas gift in the way of a healthy check that's going to help her and her family at what is always a sensitive time of year for these kinds of things, but none more so than this. So I'm very pleased to be able to do that. So thank you all. If you've gotten involved in the fundraiser and you've contributed and donated, thank you so much. If you haven't yet, there's still plenty of time. The cutoff date for the raffles ticket sales is Thursday, December 8th at midnight by the end of the day. So you have until then until make a contribution. I put the URL at the bottom of the screen there. Just go to www.coiltools.com/fundraiser. And about halfway down the screen is a donate now button. Donate $200, and that will get you an entry into the drawing to win a Snap-on Gold Medal Limited Edition bottom box and top box that has been fully restored by yours truly with a lot of help from my sister Leslie. And there's a lot of information on the box and the fundraiser itself on my website there. Go check that out if you would. If you haven't contributed yet, please do. And you don't have to contribute $200 and purchase a ticket. You can just make a donation to the fundraiser. So whatever suits you, please do help out. It's a terrific cause at a tough time of year for families that are going through what Teresa Jimenez and her family are going through. So thank you so much for all the support. I wanted to give it a few minutes here to see who is showing up in the chat, and then we'll start to dig in a little bit on the primer itself and what the drawing is going to look like. I'm going to bounce back and forth between handling that and looking at the chat comments to see who's saying what. I see Don Gilliam's here. Good evening, Don. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate that. Pat Paulson, of course. Great to see you again, Pat. Thank you. Who else is in? Chris Chambers. Nice to see you. Thanks for making the time from CP's live chat. I know he does some stuff on Fridays too. So thank you for, if you're bopping back and forth or carving out some time, I appreciate that very much. Yeah, thanks, Don. I appreciate the compliments. There's a good group of people that I have the good fortune of working with every day, and folks, on my team specifically, but also have a great customer base and people who are always willing to contribute and help out. And all I had to do was get the word out about this fundraiser. And a lot of people pitched in, and it's looking like we're going to get Teresa Jimenez a nice check. And it's great to have that level of contribution from everybody. So thank you all again. Anthony GM85. Thanks for popping in. I know, long week. Oh, you got a busy schedule ahead of you. Well, thank you for making the time, Anthony. I appreciate that. 19 straight days. Oh man, that's got to wear you out. Well, good on you for having the energy to keep up with that schedule and also carving out the time tonight. Thank you. And we are going to be joined in a moment here by a good friend and fellow YouTuber who has been doing some great things for himself. And he just opened up a brand new shop with a partner of his. And he also has his own YouTube channel, it's Speed Wrench. And he started a college football YouTube channel called Wide Right CFB. So if you haven't checked that out, please do. And I will bring him on now, ladies and gentlemen. Cass Nichols. Hey, Cass.
I would say YouTuber would be a stretch. And technically, the Wide Right CFB, that's for all of us. That's not just for me. That's for
that's true. You did spearhead the project, so that's your baby.
Yeah, I just I like to have fun, but it's not just mine. It's all of us.
Good. I'm glad. Hands On Mechanical just joined us. Nice to see you. Theo from Country Mile Garage. Good evening, sir. Glad to see you.
Theo. No, Pat Paulson. This is what downhill.
Pat's eternal optimism shines through once again.
Dun, 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 dun. Check it out. Check out my shirt. Look at that. Look at that.
That's a heck of a shirt. So Cass is wearing his Coil Tools t-shirt that I gave him, and I am not wearing my Coil Tools t-shirt that I have. Pat, I need to get you a shirt. Can you do me a favor and email me your size requirements and your mailing address, and I'll get that out.
He needs a schmedium. I know that for sure. He needs a schmedium.
Extra medium?
Schmedium.
Schmedium? Oh, thanks, Anthony, for posting the link to Cass's football channel. Very helpful. Thank you.
Man, how many people are watching this
right
little
now,
shit?
13.
Nice.
Yeah.
Should have higher numbers tomorrow night. I was on here.
Tomorrow should be good. I'm being visited by my dog Bennett. For some reason, he's being extra needy tonight, so I'm sure his face will be popping in here every now and then. All right, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Anthony needs a Coil Tools t-shirt as well.
Oh, okay. Yes. Do me a favor and just shoot me your contact info, Anthony. My email is Lindsay, LINDSAY, @coiltools.com. Final minute, third quarter. Green on the move. Daniel has popped in. Hey, Daniel, good to see you. Thank you so much.
We're watching. Can I dip into wide right CFP for just a second?
Sure.
We forgot to cover Conference USA last night.
Uh-oh.
It just happens they're playing right now as well. I know Jude's not watching this at all, so we don't have to worry about it. So
it's all right. No one was harmed.
Anyways, so what we got going on?
All right. Well, we're just going to give an intro to what we're going to do tonight. We're going to do a primer for next week's drawing. I'd like to go over the process because it's a little more involved than I originally thought it would be. But I had to brainstorm this whole thing because I wanted a good, fun approach to drawing the winner for the toolbox in such a way that ensured integrity in the process. There has been a lot of cynicism in the past, especially with tool truck guys who run giveaways and prizes and do raffles and drawings and things. And I know a lot of guys don't have faith in some processes that they choose because they just magically pull a name out of a hat. I'm not doing it that way. We're going to do an elimination method, and I will be facilitating the process without affecting or influencing the outcome. And we'll go over all that in a little bit, just to show you all the steps that are going to be involved, because I want it to be, I want you to trust the process. I want anyone who's not only just bought a ticket, but anyone who's interested in following the process, I want you to have faith in that it's going to be above board and completely impartial.
I'll say this. I know my word doesn't carry a lot of weight here, but you're like probably the most honest guy I know. So,
well, thanks.
I mean, seriously. I mean, for anybody not to trust, it's just odd. You know what I mean? Because I'm around you all the time, so for people not to trust you is odd for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people who don't know me. Like when I posted the video, was a week or two ago about the giveaway. A guy left a comment that he says, "Well, I'm pretty sure that you're just going to give it to whoever you want." Now, I don't know who this person was, and he didn't know me from Adam, so he has no assurance that that the process is going to be fair. I understand someone's cynicism, but give me a shot. Don't just conclude without knowing what the process is that the fix is in, because I went through great pains to design a process that I don't think anyone can really question. And we'll go over that. I'm just giving some time for more people to show up and log in. We're up to 16 people now. So,
Theo, can you hear the game going
on? Yeah, I can hear in the background a bit.
Hunter, turn the volume down a little bit. We're working on it. Technical difficulties.
Understood.
You deserve the fastest
Hang on 1 second.
So I'm over here. I'm going to entertain you, fine folks in YouTube land. We're going to tell jokes. What joke would you like to hear? Let's start off with
Your credit score.
Oh man.
Sorry about that. We have a cat issue. We have to rescue a cat from certain inconvenience. Who's stuck outside?
The dog about to eat him?
No, it's a cat's just outside. She wants to come in. So she's meowing like it's the end of the world.
Yeah.
But she's back in. So okay.
I don't have any cats or dogs or pets in general.
No.
Is
that the Pac-12 game? That's the USC Utah
They're
game.
at halftime right now.
Okay.
And if you're looking to harass Jude Santa Cruz, they're tied with Utah right now.
Oh.
But a little interesting fact: a kid I coached in youth football, he is actually on the team that's playing in the Conference USA Championship right now. So he's like a third string quarterback, but I still coached him, so that's my claim to fame.
Nice. Perfect. All right, let's dig in a little bit, and I'm going to go down something that I wrote out what I wanted to say, and I normally just wing it, but I wanted to make sure certain pieces of information got disclosed, and I didn't forget something. So forgive me as I kind of read off the page here as I go down. First, just a narrative description of this giveaway process, and then we'll do a little mock-up, and I'll show you what it's actually going to look like, and we can all kind of participate and feel the anticipation for next week. So if you don't know this, I'm holding a fundraiser for the family of a former customer of mine who passed away a few months ago, and the wife is named Teresa Jimenez, and she has asked me to liquidate the toolbox that was owned by her late husband. And I thought about different ways to do this, and it was such a nice toolbox. It's a Snap-on gold medal limited edition bottom box and top box. It's a big unit. These are made, and Pat, tell me if you have better information than I have on it. These were made in the mid to late 90s, I think. And I don't know how many of them they made, but there's not a lot of them that I've ever seen. And when I got my hands on it, it needed some work. It had been neglected for many years. And we did a rehabilitation on it and completely restored it to brand new working condition. So all the mechanics are 100% on it. We replaced the shocks and the flip tops. All the locks have been rekeyed alike. There were some damage to some of the drawer slides. Those have been replaced. All the other drawer slides have been fixed to perfect working condition. And I replaced what they call the lock and roll sliding plastic latches on any of the drawer fronts that needed those replaced, because that's what latches the drawers closed when the box is unlocked. And I have to give a big shout out to Snap-on Corporate, who had covered the cost of everything but the locks. And they sent me everything in pretty short order. And I got everything done. It took a few weeks because we're doing it as a weekend project. So my sister and I handled all the technical portions of taking care of the box and getting it all fixed up and cleaned up. And I think it took us about 40, 50 hours. So my contribution to the cause is my costs on the locks, which was a couple $100, and paying my sister to help, and that was a few $100. And for anyone who pays with a credit card for their $200 contribution, I am covering the cost of the credit card processing fees. So that's my contribution, and I'm very grateful for anyone who has already contributed or anyone who's going to contribute. You still have until next Thursday to get in on the drawing. Of course, you can contribute to the fundraiser anytime you want and any amount you want, but the $200 will get you a ticket in the drawing, and that will be held next Friday, December 9th at 9:30 p.m. on this channel. All right, so let me go through what I wrote just to make sure everything gets disclosed as I want it to be. As I go through this, please question things and ask if there's some confusion and need some clarification on something, because I want to make sure everybody understands what the process is going to look like, because it's a little involved, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Before I do that, let's get caught up in the chat. Joe Mama says, your mom is so fat she pays a toll to check her mail out.
Well,
when are we
so
doing your mama
away,
jokes? We haven't done those in years.
While you stepped away, I was like, okay, now we're going to tell jokes. So everybody had kind of a small joke. Joe Mama had a Yo Mama joke here.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time we did Your Mama jokes? It was like the 80s.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
That hadn't been that long.
I don't know. I think it has.
Maybe we should have the best Your Mama joke.
We should. Some night we'll do that. Sammy S821 has showed up. I hope you're sober. Can you do a breathalyzer, Sammy? It's like blowing to your screen
before you can use the keyboard or what?
Well, no. Last time Sammy jumped on the chat, I saw him later on in the week, and I thanked him for coming on. He goes, "I don't really remember it."
Oh, he's a regular. He's a local.
Yeah. He's local. He actually purchased a ticket and made a $200 contribution. So thank you, Sammy.
Nice, Sammy.
Yeah,
Good luck. I hope you do well. I mean, I hope you win.
It's going to be so much fun to see who wins. I hope that there's a high level of anticipation about this, because it's not every day you get to give away something that has this value to it. Thank you, Theo. I really did a lot of work on that box with my sister, and I don't want to brag about it, but I think we really did knock it out of the park. It's in great shape right now.
Is this the sister from Naples?
Yes, without the accent.
Florida.
And Pat says it's a nice box. He has a guy in his route who has the same setup. I've only ever seen one other myself, so I don't know however many they made.
It's the first one I've ever seen in person.
Okay.
I remember seeing it in like a sales flyer years and years and years ago.
Okay.
It must have been a long time ago. Person. But it's a nice it is a nice box.
It's beautiful.
This is gonna be like a game changer for somebody. Somebody's gonna get this, they're gonna have like a small toolbox, and this is gonna completely change the game for them.
Here's a picture of the box. This is before we did any work to it. This was as was sitting in the shop, and Sammy will recognize it. He says he only had a couple tonight. He won't pass out. And Sammy will recognize this picture because he was there with me the day that we were going over the initial cleaning up when my sister Leslie and I did it. So he gave me a hand with some stuff there. I thank you, Sammy, for your help that day. I paid him.
So he works at where the box used to be, right?
What's that?
He works at the shop where the box used to be.
Correct. Yeah.
So if he wins, you got to take it back there.
Well, there's a number of guys in that shop who bought tickets, so it'll be very interesting to see if this thing rolls right back where it came from. Because the interesting thing with it is, it's been in that shop, as far as I know, since it was brand new and rolled off the Snap-on truck.
It belongs there.
I know, so we might boomerang this thing right back there.
That'd be pretty funny.
It would be funny, but when it rolled on my truck, it was the first time it's ever been out of the shop, except for when it was coming out of the factory.
So what are we doing here? Are we doing some science, or what are we doing here?
Yeah, let me.
You have like some beakers in front of you and some bowls.
Oh yeah, we had there's a whole thing.
A volcano here. What are we doing?
Yes, it's going to be like a 6th grade science project.
Yeah. So we're going to burn the carpet too while we're at it.
No, I have tile floor, so we're good.
All
right. Let me run down the narrative here, and then we're going to dig into the process a little bit. So the Snap-on Toolbox giveaway, as I said before, will be held Friday, December 9th, 2022 at 9:30 p.m. Central Time on this YouTube channel.
What time are you going to go live
next
Friday?
For ticket sales is Thursday, December 8th, 2022 at the end of the day. So at midnight, once Thursday is done, the ticket sales are done. You can still contribute to the fundraiser if you wish. There's certainly no cutoff for that. And on my website, www.coiltools.com/fundraiser, I will show you that page here. I have a countdown clock going. We have 7 days, 10 minutes, and 27 seconds till the drawing. I have a little write-up here on helping the family. Here is a list of the rules and eligibility requirements. Basically, you make a $200 donation. You have to pay for the entries in full before the end of the day, Thursday, December 8th. The winner will have 24 hours to claim the prize by contacting me during the live drawing in the chat sidebar. You can contact me by email, by text message, or telephone. The winning claim must be verified in order to be declared the official winner. Every ticket that's issued has a ticket number and a verification code. So if you're someone I have not met, because we have had people who purchase tickets from different parts of the country who I don't know. So I don't necessarily know who you would be if you were in the chat, for example, or if you send me an email or you give me a phone call. But your ticket has a verification code on it. I would need that code to verify the winner. And once you've been verified, then you'll be declared officially the winner. An unclaimed or unverified winning ticket will be discarded after Saturday, December 3rd, which is 24 hours after, and a new drawing will be held with the remaining tickets. So if you are the winner, let's get you verified right away to assure that we get you the box. There will be no refunds for any contributions because it is primarily a charitable contribution on your part. If possession of the box is not taken within 30 days of verification, the winner forfeits his or her claim to the box. So once we verify it's you, you've got a month to figure out logistics and shipping, or if you want me to deliver it to you, let me know. We'll figure that out. And I will be happy to deliver within a 30-mile radius of Austin for a delivery fee of $200. If you're a customer of mine that I normally see on my route, then I would just drop it off to you at the shop. If you wanted me to take it, though, somewhere other location, like to your house or something, then a delivery fee would apply. And if you live farther away than that, you are responsible for all shipping and transportation costs. I'm happy to help you secure quotes and services from freight companies or some other arrangement that you might want to make. We'll coordinate that, and I'm happy to work with you on that. Employees or family of Coil Tools are not eligible to win. The odds of winning depend on the number of tickets sold, and there will be only one winner declared during the random drawing. Further down the page is a Donate Now button. You may click on that button. It takes you to my PayPal account where you can make your donation there. And following that was photographs of the restoration project that Leslie and I did when we had the box originally at the facility where we picked it up. And then when I rolled onto the tool truck, we did more work actually on the truck, and that's where we finished the restoration of it. So right now the thing's in top condition. So check out the website if you have if you need more information on that, but we just went through the long and short of it there.
Hey, I got a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
So what time are you going live next Friday?
The drawing will be at 9:30. I'll probably kick off the live session a little bit earlier, just a few minutes earlier, just to get everyone in and make sure that by the time 9:30 rolls around, we got everyone who's interested.
All right. Next question is, there it says unclaimed tickets or unclaimed winner by December 3rd. You mean December 10th?
No.
Saturday, December 10th? Because the drawing's on the 9th.
I am so glad you're here. Yes. 24 hours.
I'm just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. So just to let everybody know.
Thank you.
I am not going to be a participant in the drawing, but I am going to be a participant in the fundraiser. So,
thank you on both counts. So let me change that to December 10th. See, I'm so glad we're doing this tonight. This is where we catch these little errors and omissions and typos and things. So thank you, guys. I appreciate that. All right. All right. I've given considerable thought to this process. I've given great pains to design a drawing that is transparent, random, and hopefully beyond reproach. My goal is to facilitate the process without influencing the outcome. It's vital that I keep your trust by demonstrating integrity both personally and procedurally, and I want the drawing to be fun and exciting. So I've developed an elimination-based drawing process. So it's going to look like this. I've got 2 glass bowls. This one here is labeled in play. I don't know. Can you see the labels? I know they're kind of small for the screen, but this one's labeled in play. This one is labeled eliminated. No, sorry. Eliminated is right here. This one's eliminated. And there's a cup A and a cup B. And there's a bowl here labeled pickers. Here's what's going to happen. I've got a slip with everyone's name and ticket number on it. And the procedure is going to be, we're going to take each ticket. I will show you the name and the number on the ticket. The ticket will then get crinkled up and put in the in-play bowl. And the reason I'm crinkling it is because I don't want there to be any question that if someone thinks I marked the tickets, for example, or there's an imperfection or an inconsistency in how the tickets were cut or made, and I also cannot see the name or the number on the ticket as long as I do it that way. So one at a time, I'm going to show you the ticket number and the name. This is 14, Brett Lucian. And these are actual ticket holders, but we're not actually doing the drawing right now. This is just a mock-up just to show you what it looks like.
You better put my name in there in case somebody wins. They'll be upset. They'll be like, I saw my name on the internet.
So the process will work like this, and we'll continue as I show you each ticket, and then with the name and the number, crinkle it up, put it in the bowl that's labeled in play. Okay? Once we have all the tickets accounted for and put in the in play bowl, I'm going to ask you if you would like to volunteer to pick the tickets with me. All you have to do in the chat is give a hi sign and say, yeah, I'll volunteer. Perfect. I will then start a list with your names. So let's say, for example, in here, let's say Eric says, yeah, I'll pick. Okay. Then I will write your screen name down on a slip. That's Eric. Eric's slip gets crinkled up and thrown in the picker's bowl. Okay, and then let's say Anthony GM85 says he'll do it. I'll write his name down. Gets crinkled up and thrown in the picker's bowl. And once we've gone through the entire list of people who have volunteered and we've completed those pickers tickets in this bowl here, then we begin the drawing. And that process looks like this. I will randomly choose 2 slips out of the bowl. One goes in A, the other goes in B. I then ask the pickers whose name I pick out of this bowl, and this one is Anthony. I'll say, Anthony, choose cup A or cup B. And Anthony will give me an answer of what he wants, cup A or cup B. He is choosing. So Anthony, give me cup A or cup B. What do you think?
Cup A.
Do you step away? Eric, cup A or cup B? Someone give me a letter. No, nobody? Eric, you there? Is this thing on? Hello, hello. Pat, cup A or cup B? Let's pretend your name's on the list.
Is there anybody watching currently? Oh, hey, Pat CV says
Pat
A.
C says A. Okay.
Oh my gosh, we just got bombarded with letters here.
maybe there's a.
No, we got a serious question here. Are we picking a winner tonight? No, K-Tech. Doesn't happen till December 9th. That's next Friday, a week from today.
We're just doing a mock-up of the process so you can see what it's going to be. If there's any questions, we can work on any kinks in it or whatever. Theo says he definitely needs to be drunk to follow this. It can't hurt. And Sammy says C cup. Wrong letter, Sammy, but thanks for playing.
Look, if we're going to pick another cup, I want D. D cup. Yes, Joe Mama.
Well, Joe Mama.
Absolutely. High fives.
You and Joe Mama. Woo! Think similar thoughts. All right. So in this case, Pat picks A. I'm going to take cup A, and the slip that's in cup A goes back in the bowl that's in play. Okay? And cup B goes into the eliminated bowl. So whoever's ticket that was is now eliminated from the drawing. So now I'm down 1. We have 3. So we'll do the same thing again. Reach in here and I pick 2 more. 1 goes in cup A, 1 goes in cup B. See how this works? Who's next? Joe Mama, pick A or B. Pretend I picked your name out of the bowl. See, it builds tension and excitement.
We need to have some build up music, kind of remember on the what was that show where they'd have the Regis Philbin used to host it. What was that called?
Oh, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah, you need to have that music like that.
We should do that. All right, so Joe Mama picks B. So you saved B. That goes back in the in-play bowl. And then A is eliminated. And it goes on like this until we're down to the last two. And then whichever one is picked last is declared the winner. And that's pretty much the way it's going to look. It's going to take a little while to run through everything because I want to make sure everything is transparent and everybody has a good understanding of the process. So if anyone has any questions about it, let me know. And if you see a flaw in it, please let me know. I want to tweak it or fix it if it needs to be tweaked or fixed. And we'll go from there.
We definitely need music. I think that's a flaw right there. We
can play music. Hold on.
You have the Ultra Supreme edition of StreamYard, don't you?
I do. We can. I have no idea what this is going to sound like. That sounds boring.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. No?
You need something with a little more, urgency to it.
Oh, not this then. I can add my own music, apparently. I have no idea how to do that.
You got 7 days to figure it out.
Oh, this stuff will put you to sleep. Whew. No, we're not doing it. No, we're not going to use what they give us.
This is going to be like the elevator that I take after I die. I'll have to listen to the whole playlist.
That means you're going to hell then, I guess.
Now approaching next stop.
Pat says we should play Spanish Flea. Na 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 na.
Hey, that's not the worst one of all time.
No, and Sammy says the process is as clear as the government.
Yeah,
Hunter's
I'm
here.
confused too, Sammy. We're just going Hunter's here. Hunter.
3rd floor, housewares and lingerie. Jeopardy theme song would be good, wouldn't it?
So what if we hum the theme song? What if you just get like a recording of like Jude and I humming a theme song?
That's fine.
Na, 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 na.
That's an aggressive hum.
Will that violate any kind of
it probably violates some copyright laws. I don't know.
Theme song.
Yeah.
If I'm humming it aggressively.
Justin Smet, good evening. Hunter, good to see you. Theo says I sound like him picking a ringtone for your new phone. My parents got a new doorbell for their house. It has 52 ringtones on it.
Nice.
I mercifully was not there when they were choosing the tone. And you can't directly access a tone. You have to sequence through every one before you find the one you want. Brutal. And Pat says we could do Iron Man. Yeah. Oh, Joe Mama, someone's going to get offended over anything. It doesn't matter what it is these days. So,
oh man, they would not. If somebody gets easily offended, they would not like be hanging out with me. Lindsay could vouch for that for sure. Off camera, I'm not an easy person to be around.
And I don't like offending people, but God knows I have. But there are people who are going to get offended over inoffensive things. There's a lot of that.
It brings great joy to my life.
Oh, look who joins us. My sister, Leslie. Welcome. I didn't think
Leslie
you'd be on
from
tonight.
Naples,
yeah.
Florida.
Yeah, without the accent. Yeah.
Without the accent.
Yeah, they went through the doorbell chimes 3 or 4 times.
Sure the neighbors weren't ready to go and burn that.
The Price is Right theme song. That'll be a good one, Sammy. All right, let me go through the rest of this. Now that you at least saw the framework of what it's going to be like, that is pretty much how this process is going to go.
Excuse me about that.
So what's going to happen is as I pick out someone who's picking, that will get put aside to make sure that everyone picks once. And then if we have more tickets than we have pickers, we'll just put them all back in the bowl and start that cycle again. If we have more pickers than tickets, we're just going to randomly draw the pickers until they're exhausted, and then that will be the end of the drawing. If there are any technical issues, if I have a problem with my internet connection, my computer, my streaming service, or anything that causes a technical interruption, the entire process will be halted. We will discard all the tickets and all the pickers. I will reprint new tickets. We will re-choose new pickers, and we start the entire process again from scratch. And I hope that this wins your trust and earns your belief that this is an ironclad drawing process. Again, it's important to me that I facilitate but not influence it, and I think I achieve that. I want this to be interactive, and I like the fact that you're going to get the chance to be the ones to actually pick the tickets, and it should be a ton of fun. And I can't wait. This is again probably one of the most exciting things I've done, since I started this business, and I'm going to be really happy for whoever gets the box, because like Cass said, it could be life-changing for a guy who really needs a box, for example, or needs that kind of storage. You're going to get a beautiful, rock-solid, ironclad snap-on box in your corner. And I don't know what these things are going for when they're selling new, but I would guess that if I were to put that up for sale now, it probably would be easy to get $8,000 to $10,000 for it. So I think, with a retail value of $8,000 to $10,000 on something like this, for your $200 chance to win it, and knowing that money goes to the family who really needs it, can't lose. And as somebody said a couple of weeks ago, you win when you make your contribution to the fundraiser. The Toolbox prize is the icing on the cake, and that is true. Nuts and Bolts with Tone showed up. Nice to see you. Oh, and Eric said B before his internet connection died. Yeah, technology, am I right? But we'll just keep, if something like that happens next week, we'll just keep cycling through and make sure everyone gets the chance.
We've got all night.
Yes, I'm not going anywhere. So we're going to get through that and choose our winner. And thank you, Don. I appreciate your vote of confidence. I would tend to believe you're right, that if someone's looking to cheat somebody, they wouldn't go through the level of effort because their goal is to cheat somebody. Their goal isn't to be fair and above board. And Joe Mamba thinks that my sister's going to win. No, she can't win. She's not eligible. And she didn't enter anyway, so. Chris Chambers, good to see you. He says, next Friday could be really long. It could be, so grab a beverage of your choice. Everyone take your bathroom breaks first. And get ready for a night that's going to be fun. I don't think it'll be too long. Yeah, it shouldn't, barring any unforeseen issues with having to start again, I don't see it being a terribly long process, but long enough, I think, that you get the value for the time that you spend, because I didn't want to do something where we just take all the ticket numbers and throw it at a random number generator and say, okay, here's the winner. That to me seemed anticlimactic. This way it's interactive and it's going to be drawn out a little bit to draw out the fun, hopefully. Yeah, and Leslie wants to know, she asked Joe Mama, what the heck would I do with that thing? Hey, you could frame it and hang it on your wall.
Leave it on Lindsay's truck for another 6 months.
I'm actually interested in rolling it off the truck because I do have other people who ask me to consign their toolboxes for them. So I do need the room. Plus, it'd be nice to get some shelves back in place. I had to remove 2 of the long shelves to make room for the top box. So it'd be really nice to get the retail space back. Oh, Justin, looks like you got your work cut out for you. You have a wheel seal and a Rockwell axle tomorrow. Oh, I got to get up early. Yeah. Well, sorry you have such an early day tomorrow, but good luck with the work, man. And Country Mile Garage suggests to Leslie that she put it in the kitchen to hold some serious silverware. That would be. I've seen people actually buy toolboxes and use them as rolling kitchen islands, and I think that has an incredibly practical use. There's all kinds of storage space, obviously, but you put a nice top on it. even overhang it a little bit on the backside. He could sit at it. It would be a nice, like a breakfast or lunch counter.
So I think Sammy and I have hung out the same place before. He's like, "Are you gonna have the chicken help pick? Like, we're gonna do like chicken shit bingo, where the chicken walks on the bingo board, and wherever it crafts is where you put down the numbers."
It may have been Sammy. Someone did suggest that. Sammy was. I can't remember. I know we're having a conversation about that. Someone suggested doing it. Oh no, someone else suggested, and they said you could lay out a grid in your yard, and you wouldn't need this. Have to build a pen. I'm like, I'm really not in the mood to make a construction project.
There's a place here in town on Sundays. They play chicken shit bingo.
Yeah,
and they have like a cage where the chicken like walks around. It's pretty good. The bingo games can last a while. You get pretty hammered.
I'm sure. And Leslie says to Theo, thanks for the suggestion. By living a camper van, true story, and it is. She rents out her house in Naples, and they have another one in San Antonio, Florida. And they have short-term. They use them as short-term rental properties and income properties. So they spend their time living the life of casual leisure, driving around the country and staying with family and friends. And right now they're staying with my parents in Dripping Springs. They hold down a job for a few months to gain some extra income, and then they're off and they do it all again. So it's kind of a cool lifestyle. It's nice to see them for an extended period of time every year when they're here. Yeah, and Leslie, that's true. Theo says that you can remove the top part. So put wheels on the top part too. Wheel both sections around. Justin, you got 5 hours to finish that axle. How long you think it's going to take you? And Anthony says that his friend has a small engine mobile cart in a salon shop. I know a couple of tattoo artists that bought tool carts for their shops, and it was a perfect solution for them and their tools. Dancing along with Reynolds, man, I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up. How you been? He says he has a Snap-on kitchen cabinet set in one house. They simply look like Snap-on down to the decals. That's pretty cool. I know one customer. He loves collecting Snap-on stuff, and he has a whole. This guy is the commensurate bachelor. He has a whole room in his house dedicated to Snap-on stuff, and he has every novelty item, every accessory that Snap-on has, he has in this room, and he's happy to show you pictures, man. It'll blow you away if you see it. And Raging Cajun says this Husky 46-inch 9-drawer will be used in the house for stuff like that. It's in fact, I don't know if you can. Yeah, you can see it right there. Mm-hmm. There's my Husky 46-inch 9-drawer. It's in the house in my home office. I use that as a workbench for all kinds of stuff, fixing air tools, and I do some gunsmithing on it. And Joe Mama says, yeah, about my sister, that's actually living. You're not kidding, man. So many of us get caught up on our day-to-day, and we do it, for the gratification of whatever we do and how we do it. But there is something to be said for leaving that kind of thing behind and just living a much less structured, I guess would be the right word. I don't know, for lack of a better word anyway, lifestyle. And I'm kind of jealous. In fact, my wife, Kathy, and I thought about doing that years ago. We said, man, what if we just take like a year and just drive around in the RV and just, visit people and friends and family and see things and do stuff. But, we didn't. We should have. It's not too late. But
hey, you got an extra tool truck. You just convert it into an RV.
Those things would be so easy to convert.
I mean, you have the world's coldest air conditioning, too. I mean,
not in the current truck. That's something I'm going to have to have.
Not in the current one.
No, that's why I got to set up some time to see it.
I mean, just don't take the Isuzu. That might be a long drive.
The AC in the Isuzu is not very good. Once it hits 100 degrees, it's not cold.
I know, but it'd also take you like 6 months to get to like San Antonio.
In the Subaru?
Yeah. No, in the Isuzu.
Oh, the Isuzu. I'm thinking, sorry.
Yeah.
No,
your
thing,
personal vehicle?
You're not going to win any drag races in the Isuzu. Yeah, you can move them together, put a mattress in it, go to sleep. There you go. This is a great idea. And Justin Smith said the wheel seal takes about 3. If it was an Interax, I'll say it'll be a 10-hour job. Oh, well, good for you then. Hopefully there's no gotchas that come up and you're able to sail through it. Yeah, it's less stress. We all choose our lifestyles, I guess, and some of us choose more stressful lifestyles than others.
Yes.
It depends on what drives you. I don't mind the stress that comes along with owning a business. I kind of think it's fun, but it's that kind of thing isn't for everybody. I used to do a 9 to 5 rat race kind of corporate job that got old. So different strokes. Mark from Mid Atlantic Tools. Hello, sir. Good evening.
What's going on, Mark? How you doing?
Oh, look. My sister says that she would convert one of the tool trucks into a camper for you.
I think she needs to do that. She could start her own YouTube channel, building my brother's retirement.
She has started a YouTube channel, and she abandoned it.
What? Is this the van that got away? Is that the name of the channel?
Yeah. So she and I were talking about our YouTube channels, and mine has had a very steady.
I know the story. All right.
Yeah. Mine's had very steady growth ever since I started a few years ago. Well, Leslie starts hers, and she's talking about the work she did all the work herself on her van to convert it. She took a Honda Odyssey, and she's building a bench seat, and it folds down into a bed, and she's building some cabinets and some shelves, and she's always doing some modifications to it. And she started a YouTube channel to show what she was doing, and it took right off. I mean, she got as many subscribers in her first month as I got in my first 2 years, and people were really interested in seeing her content. So I was like, yeah, you go for it. Keep cranking it out. And now we were just talking about it a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about during Thanksgiving. And she said, she says, it's not really content that what else am I going to make content on? And there's always ideas, but this is really a question of how much do you want to, be beholden to the content that you're cranking out. So, you can make a few bucks once you get to a certain point. I'm pretty sure that, it would pay her some decent money once she got to a point with that in the not too distant future, because, excuse me, she had a lot of interest. Good night, Don. Thanks for stopping in.
Sorry, my son and I were watching the Utah UCL or USC game.
Yeah.
And the quarterback from USC just took one to the chops here. Boom.
Is he hurt?
I think no, he's fine. But it was to the chest. No launch.
Yeah, Dancing Alone says all you need to do is be a girl on YouTube and your channel grows rapidly. I think you're right. Theo, heading out. Thanks, pal. Good to see you. And I hope to see you next week. I might see you Sunday, depending on what my schedule is like. And people do pay crazy prices for clean custom RVs. I don't service the shop, but it's right next to a shop I do service, and all they do is custom RV work. And they
I know what this is.
Yeah, it's Motivated RV. They used to be running Highway 290, but they moved. Now they're a little bit further out of Dripping, but they all they do is work on RVs.
Is it the one that was over there by Dripping Diesel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Are they still there? Or are they gone from that location?
No, they moved. Well, no, they're by Dripping Diesel. They started out in that little strip of shops that was by Whitlock Automotive. You know where Whitlock is? Right behind them is that strip of
buildings back there.
Yeah, strip of buildings back there.
That's where we used to go have our bonfires over in that parking lot.
Yeah,
or not in the parking lot, but in that where before it was a parking lot. It was just an empty field.
Yeah, they ran out of room fast. Yeah, they built some more space back there. Pat, let me ask you about that. Have you get good business out of RV shops? I had wondered about that because we're surrounded by them down here. I just never made the time on my schedule to go check any of them out, but I didn't know if it'd be worth it or not. So good to hear that they're one of your better stops. Yeah, a little Airstream camper or trailer camper for your Harley. That'd be cool.
You get a teardrop camper.
Yeah.
I had one of my best friends. He got the bright idea, like he was gonna buy these old like pop-up campers, take the frames and convert them into teardrop campers, and he just had a pile of like crap in his yard after about 6 months.
Wow.
But it paid well because when he went and scrapped it, all those pop-up campers are all aluminum. So
yeah, that's true. They are. Yeah. And the Airstreams are. I guess they're popular. The thing about the Airstreams is because their signature look is that they have the curves or those rounded corners, I should say. And I guess I don't know if that takes away headroom inside, or if you don't have the corners, do cabinets not fit right in there? I don't know. I've never really been in an Airstream.
All I know is they cost a lot of money, and the nicer they are, the more they cost.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And this isn't a body built for a camper. It's just not small in any direction.
Ragin, that's a good idea. He says that RV shops need tools too, and that is true. My understanding is that they need more than just automotive tools; that they also need, carpentry tools and plumbing tools and stuff like that, because they work on, these small houses in essence that roll around. So, I think I will do that because there's Kyle and Buda areas in fairly new area for me. And I kind of loaded up on diesel shops there, but I drive right by like 3 or 4 RV shops that have been in business a long time. So I know that they're good. I should stop in sometime. Thanks for the suggestion, Pat and Region. No, Mark, you've tried them? No, not much. No, I guess, it's worth trying to see. My question is on stuff like that. If they don't normally see tool trucks, are the customers there, do they understand how the whole industry works? Are they going to feel comfortable working with a tool truck? Or would they have to kind of warm up to the idea? I don't know.
Well, the worst you could do is go by and say hi. They could just tell you to leave.
Yeah, and they may know exactly all about it. It might be one of those opportunities to say, "Oh, we've been dying to get a tool truck. We haven't gotten one, forever."
I mean, it's not too often people turn you away.
It really isn't. I think that's happened when I was prospecting shops for my second round. It happened only twice, and one guy and I always talk to the managers first when I'm scoping out new shops, and I walked in and introduced myself. He laughed and he said, "I'm not interested in having my guy spend more time on yet another tool truck." And I said, "Believe me, I get it." And another shop I don't know, he didn't want any tool trucks there for some reason. But the guys who work there, I know, and they keep asking me to go. I'm like, I can't. I said, the owner tells me he doesn't want anyone there. And Pat says that scrapers, pliers, rivet guns. Oh, yeah, of course. Adjustable wrenches, big at RV shops.
I tell you what, there just needs to be more people on commission. So when you're on commission, you will find a way not to be on the tool truck.
That's true.
You'll have to. You've got to hustle.
That is true.
Hourly guys, an hourly guy. So Robert went from hourly now to commission. And so, I'm like, yeah, gone are the days of hiding in the bathroom, taking your 7th dump of the day, or spending an hour on Lindsay's tool truck. Now you actually have to go to work.
Now you got to hustle.
He's probably watching right now. We were talking about this earlier today. It was kind of funny that we brought that up. So.
Yeah, and Anthony says that they need tons of tools, essentially every trade. And that intrigues me because it also gives me an opportunity to pursue suppliers for other industries. And I thought that might be intriguing to do. I started doing that lately with, one shop, they're a corporate shop. They work on trash trucks. And I just started chatting with one of the guys who was their new supervisor there. And I asked him, he asked me about gloves, just the regular disposable nitrile gloves. And I said, well, who handles your gloves now? He says, we have some arrangement with some other company. We get them through. He says, but they've been a little inconsistent. I said, well, if you can give me a price to hit, I'll see what I can do. And he gave me a price that he's paying per box of gloves. I said, if you can promise me, at least one case of gloves every month, I said, I'll do that at that price. And he said, sure. So ever since then, I've been bringing in gloves to them. And the nice thing is the arrangement is I just restock their cabinet to full when they get a little bit lower in supply, and it's very easy. And when I started doing that for them, I wanted to work out the process to make sure I could do it regularly and keep up with it. And then I started asking other shops about their whole situation, and it's been growing nicely. And one shop asked me if I could handle all their consumables. So now I'm doing conditioning discs, body panel clips, fuses, radiator hose clamps, all kinds of stuff. And when they need regular replenishment of consumables like that, that's really good business. And I'm happy to do that because it's automatic. It's easy to bill them for it. They give me a corporate credit card to just run it. Couldn't be easier. Mark says that one of the shops was good, but the guys that bought that outside work. Oh, yeah, and that makes sense. Well, I mean, and that's very similar for automotive and diesel shops today. There's always a good percentage of stuff that we sell them that they're just going to take home and use for side work. Or I know a guy who he works on buses, on transit buses, but he has a fence building business that he does on weekends. So a lot of stuff he bought from me, he's just putting in this pickup because he's going to use them to build fences. And then they moved on to better jobs and pay. Yeah. And that's always the risk if it's a high turnover. I don't know. East Coast Ken. Good evening, sir. Good to see you. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, Joe Mama says it's good to hear people succeed. It's fun when you can find a niche that somebody else doesn't find. And that's the thing that keeps you competitive. And it's also the thing that keeps me from worrying that online and discount retailers or tool truck business in, because the biggest part of what I have found was that as long as you're consistent and you show up, people will do business with you. And not everyone is consistent as a tool truck. And that's probably the biggest problem I think other tool trucks have, is why they don't get business. Famous Slick Rick in the house. Good to see you, Rick. Thanks for stopping in. He says it's good to see you live streaming. Hoping I'm doing good. I am. Yeah, it's been busy and it's a lot keeping us going. We're going to be doing the drawing for the Toolbox next Friday, what'll be a ton of fun. So just to remind everyone who may just be joining in later, go to coiltools.com/fundraiser and you can see all the rules of eligibility for getting in on the drawing, where you can win a Snap-on gold medal limited edition top box and bottom box that's been fully restored. So the cutoff date for ticket sales is next Thursday, December 8th at the end of the day, so by midnight. And you will be contributing to the well-being of a family who lost their father and husband. And I am liquidating his toolbox at the request of his wife. So they get all the money from the fundraiser, and you may very well get the toolbox. So for the contribution of $200, it's an excellent chance that you have to win, because right now I think the odds of winning are 1 in 28. That's it. So you probably won't get better odds of winning. What's that?
What's that if I bought 2 tickets?
All right. I had this conversation with a guy, right? He said to me, "How many tickets are you hoping to sell?" I said, I don't know how many we're going to get. I said, but I was just throwing numbers at the time. I said, let's say we get 50. I said, your odds of winning are 1 in 50. He said, what if I bought 2 tickets? I said, then your odds are 1 in 25. And he says, no. I said, yeah. He said, no, they'd be 1 in 48. Like, I said, no. It's,
I like being difficult, right?
I know, but I am in the awkward position of having to try to explain this to somebody who clearly doesn't believe it. So someone else comes on the truck.
There's no explaining necessary. You just don't need to do it.
So then someone else comes on the truck and he says, hey, Lindsay's telling me that if I buy 2 tickets, my odds of winning are 1 in 25, but the 1 in 48. And the other guy's, he says, yeah, I think you're right. I'm like, no. It's very difficult to explain.
You charge him like 30% extra on your bill just for hassle fees, or just like
no. Needless to say, he didn't contribute or buy a ticket.
Shocker. I only have a 74% chance of winning this.
Mark, that is exactly the point I got to shortly after the conversation started. I just said, okay. Thanks for asking. And we're coming up on the hour mark, guys. I didn't want to take everyone's time too much tonight. I really just wanted to spend some time going over what the drawing process is going to be. So I don't know if anyone has anything that they want to discuss. If you want to bring up other topics, let's see what else we got going. If not, we can call it early. And
oh, no, we got plenty of stuff we can talk about. Plenty.
Yeah, who has a topic? Bring something up and we'll rip it up and tear it apart and
do your worst.
Do your worst. How's your new shop coming, Cass? You got all
busy?
Yeah.
We're ahead of schedule on like the finances portion, kind of what we were most concerned about. And then the office is on schedule, like office completion's on schedule. The lifts are behind schedule. The guy installing the lifts is taking us.
You've got what, 3 installed now?
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah, we have all the 2-post lifts installed. We're waiting on the 4-post lift, and it's either going to be the 7th or the 17th. I can't remember what I was told, but we also need to have some adjustments done to the lift because as you use them, the cables kind of settle and stretch. They don't really stretch, but they kind of settle. So he needs to come out and adjust them, and then there's just a few other things that need to get adjusted while it's there. And then, once the office is like the big cog, because we really need to, once the office is completed, especially the exterior portion of the office, then we can start moving all the shelving onto it, and then we'll have the area set up for the parts, the incoming parts, and then the waste oil is going to go on the other side of the office. So you'll cover that in your video whenever you do a tour.
Yeah, I'm dying to do that. That'll be fun.
Yeah, let's just wait until the office is done. Then we would kind of give everybody a good idea.
Yep.
And then we actually have 2 upstairs storage areas. One really large one. If you know how big the office is, you'll see how big the upstairs storage is.
The roof is very tall in that building.
Yeah.
Plenty of room.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm going to answer Ken's question here. He goes, what mistakes have you and Cass made that others could avoid? I'm going to make that into my text talking shop video. So even though I haven't done one in like 4 months, I am going to do like a few of them this month. I know I said that last month. And I know all the other members of Text Talking Shop are like, yeah.
Ken asked earlier, let's talk about the best way to open your own shop. Great topic. Right. Let's put a pin in that one for 1 sec, because I will also piggyback on what you just said, Cass, about mistakes that we made. And some of them, this is going to sound a little of both. The mistakes I made initially were not having a good enough handle on every aspect of the business. And it's not just, it wasn't the upfront stuff, like the stuff that you do with your customers and working sales. It's going to take you time to get a handle on that. My biggest mistake was wanting to be hands-off when it came to things like finances and bookkeeping. I didn't want to do any of it. And my whole goal was, let's just hire somebody because we can find someone to do it better than I ever could or my wife ever could. But that was a big mistake because I gave up too much control. And as a result, it was difficult to understand the financial health of the business. As a result, we had a difficult time budgeting for things. we had a hard time planning for larger expenditures because we didn't have a way to allocate funds and stuff because we didn't have the best picture. That was the biggest mistake I made, was wanting to be too hands off on the bookkeeping and finances. What I wound up doing was, well, we went through, I think 2 or 3, maybe even 4 different accountants and bookkeepers before we settled on a lady we're using now who seems pretty good. But even she had her limitations, to the point where I just said, look, I'm going to make my own bookkeeping methodology and we'll show her what it is so she can at least keep an eye on what I'm doing. But at least this way, my wife, Kathy, and I have total control over the finances. And she and I have our own little method of, all right, when do we make payments to vendors during the week? And when can we pay our bills during the week? And, we'll make sure that we're working closer together on that kind of thing. So that was the biggest mistake I made. And I think that, it's an easy trap to fall into when you start a business. If you start a business because you like repairing cars, for example, you're going to have to do things besides repair cars, and you're going to have to do your customer service work, and you have to nail down your suppliers and pay your bills and pay your taxes and, do invoicing and all the other stuff that's no fun to do, but you have to do it, or at least have to know how to do it, and you have to get good at it. So my advice there is, get good at doing the things you don't like and understanding all the aspects of owning the business.
Yeah. And, number one, make sure that you can survive without drawing a paycheck for a while.
That's an excellent piece of advice.
I mean, that's got to be number one, because if you're week to week, you're never going to make it doing.
Yeah, you got to have some money in the bank. When I started the Mac franchise 7 years ago, their requirement to even get the franchise was you had to have $20,000 in your bank account. They said you will use that to live off of until you start generating enough money and revenue. And they were right. I mean, I think we made it down to our last $1,800 before we were getting the money coming back in where we could live off the business.
Yeah, it's definitely a shock to your budget, but but also, so what's helped me is going from working at a shop, like the shop I worked at for 21 years, to being what I called selfish employed. Whenever I first started working for Travis, I was self-employed. And now that I'm working with Travis, we're partners in this deal. But you learn how to budget. You learn how to live off of, like, what's the bare minimum I need to live off of? And then you learn ways to, like, oh, can I improve that? Now, that's if you've never run a business before. Those are all good things to start with. The other thing is to know the business you're getting into, because if you're limited on the business that you're getting into, you may struggle. It's always good to go and maybe work with somebody for a while, kind of wrap your brain around it. And, you're never too old to learn something, and, make sure that and you own a business, you have to do all aspects. So you got to be willing to go and answer the phone, clean the floors, do whatever it takes, right? I'm sure I'm missing some key pieces here.
No, I think that I got a conversation with a buddy of mine, Zach, who became a mobile tech so he started his own business there, and he got busy pretty quick. And he was telling me that he says, I'm just spending so much time on the phone and so much time following up. He says, I'm finding that's where I'm spending most of my time. I'm not on the road actually fixing vehicles. And I told him what my experience was. And I said, if your experience is anything like mine or other people I know have started a business, your first hire is going to be someone to do the administrative work. Get that off your plate so you can go do the things that you're good at.
Because, it's like coaching. You're not, when you become the head coach, sometimes you have to relinquish the play calling duties and you have to go be the head coach, and then you have to assign somebody to call the plays on offense and defense and special teams. It's kind of like running a business. You got to be able to do that. And, you can't be afraid to go out there and try it either. People that I was thinking about this earlier, because there for years I was just so fearful of doing this. And then after I've done it, I'm like, man, I should have done this years ago.
I think that's a very common and consistent thread with business owners. Kathy and I sweated it out too. And, we go over the what ifs. What if this? What if that? I'm like, we don't know. We don't have
the whole thing is, though, like, if you can, like, run your day-to-day life, whether you work for somebody or not, like if you can pay your bills and you've got, like, a savings account, and you're not this like paper, stretch these paper thin margins every week. You're not living week to week. There's more than likely you'll be successful at business.
Mm-hmm.
But if you live week to week and you're always struggling to come up with extra money, business probably isn't the best thing for you.
Agreed.
I'm just putting it out there. I mean, like you have to learn how to manage your personal finances before you go manage, finances. You got to remember, when you have people working for you, their families are your responsibility as well. Because if you're not doing your job to make sure they're making money, then their family's going to suffer, and it's going to add added stress to the workplace environment. So it's a really important thing that everybody's taken care of.
It's an excellent point. Hey, by the way, Mark, do you want a link? Let me know.
Yeah, Mark, he does want a link.
He does want one. He may not know.
I don't know why you're asking. You send him a link.
Why am I asking? I don't know, because I'm silly like that. Give me 1 sec to drum that up. I think, it's certainly being you're going to be afraid when you start a business, but do it anyway. Right? You got to feel that fear. Don't let it stop you. And along the way, you're going to get afraid of other things too. But don't let that stop you either. Just keep plowing forward.
I tell you what, I used to have a huge fear of like communicating with customers. Like, I just like really just like, what if they don't like what I have to say? And at the end of the day, this is what I boiled it down to, is they called me, and if this is something I really want, then this is something I'm going to have to do.
Yeah.
So I had to suck it up and just go do it. And it's not always, sometimes it's not always the best conversation to go have with a customer when you have to like explain what's going on. But my whole deal is, if you're up front, you're honest with them, and you shoot them straight, more times than not, they'll be fine with it. And if they're not, then you always come up with a resolution that makes everybody happy. Like sometimes it's not the one they want, but you just try to come up with something. So.
And I remember having a conversation with somebody early on when I was still getting my head around what tools cost and how much people are willing to pay for them. Because that to me was, man, this stuff's expensive. But I've never been a professional technician. So I never had that frame of reference for tool truck pricing. And I felt weird about it because I felt like stuff should cost less. First of all, stuff should cost less, but it doesn't. It simply is what it is. But somebody said to me, don't count out somebody's desire to pay your prices if they believe that they're getting enough value for what you're selling them and the services you're providing. Then it's worth it to them. And I had to really get that in my head to realize that if it wasn't worth it, people wouldn't do it. Right? I mean, you can roll in the shop and say, oh, that costs $500, and people go, well, that's too much money. And some people do, but not everybody does. And there's people who say, okay, I'll take it. Because to them it's worth it. And
you can't be afraid to ask what you're worth. You know what I mean?
No.
And if you go out there and you put it out there and they don't want to do business with you, that's fine. There's plenty of other shops out there that
absolutely
they can take to, and they're going to be fine, and you're going to be fine, because where one customer leaves, another customer is going to appear.
That's absolutely true, and that used to bother me a lot. There were times in the first year where I would swear I just made the last sale I was ever going to make. That's because you get that weird feeling or something didn't go right, and well, that's the end for me. But of course it isn't, right? Everyone's,
Yeah, I mean, you're like I said. I mean, if you go home at night and you can sleep well, and you wake up in the morning, you like who you're looking at in the mirror, then you're doing it right. But if you go home and you question your decision-making process, or you're always like, you're having like conflict with customers or stuff like that, then something's up. But if your interaction with your customers is always positive, and you feel good about what you're doing, and you're successful, and your business is successful, that's what you got to look for.
Yes,
that's what you want. And then it's kind of like I told. This is kind of off subject, but on subject. It's kind of like I told Robert. So Robert just switched over to commission, right? And so he's worried about making hours. I'm like, man, you got to shelf that stuff. You got to worry about getting the work done and doing it right, doing the best job you can do, not worry about the hours. And I go, I promise you, once you pass that little wall right there, the hours will appear. Like, you'll just get it. You just have to focus on getting the work done and doing the best job you can do. And so far, he's starting to like, we're in week 2 with him or week 3 with him. So he's, it's come along. So.
That's a big change.
Yeah. It's just one of those deals. I mean, you just got to get used to it. So.
Yeah. Oh, guess what happened just now? What happened just now is we are being joined by the one, the only, make no mistake, you will be getting the best tool guy. I am now relegated to second best tool guy on this live stream as we are joined from the great state of New Jersey. Please welcome Mark from Mid-Atlantic Tools. Hey, Mark.
What's going on, Mark?
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Good. How y'all doing?
Pretty good, thanks.
Good.
Everything sound okay? No feedback? Nothing like that?
No, you're good.
Good.
No, sounds great.
Okay.
So this will be a good topic for all of us to kind of dig into as I'm looking through the comments. And when Ken asked about talking about opening your own shop,
Don't do it.
well, Dancing Along with Rentals asked a really good piggyback question. And that is, why do mechanics rent when they should get together and buy one building? Excellent question. I don't know too many guys who actually own their own buildings. I know most guys that I know rent. Cass, what's your experience with that? Because you just signed the lease for your place.
Okay, so in the area, Tyler, he was in here. He'll tell you. In the area where we are, it is so expensive to buy, and the taxes are so outrageously expensive that the option for renting is actually better right now until we put ourselves in the position where we can buy and build. But if you want to put yourself in kind of like the prime area, it's only rentals. I didn't have the money to put this together 25 years ago when everything was still, inexpensive. So, that's the option with renting, and you got to look at it too, and I kind of found this out too when we were looking for this new shop, is you got to be careful what you're looking for. Like you'll run into rentals and they'll have this triple net on there. And you're like, oh, what's triple net? Oh, you're paying the taxes and you're paying the repairs, and the building turns out to be a dump, and the landlord goes, I only want, these contractors are the only ones you're allowed to use on my building, but you have to pay for it. You're just kind of like, this is kind of like a bad deal. So
yeah.
But no, we found a place where they were willing. The other thing is automotive shops. Nobody wants automotive, not around here. Nobody wants an automotive shop in any of their complexes because they're dirty.
Oh.
There's a lot of waste, and it's a lot of landlords don't want that stuff. So you have to find somebody that's willing to do it. We're just fortunate. I mean, like the place we're at right now, you wouldn't see it from the highway, but once you get there, you're like, man, this place is like really pretty convenient. So
once you know it's there, it's perfect. Yeah. But yeah, you're not going to accidentally find it.
Yeah.
No.
Usually they're established places already.
Yeah.
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 But no, I mean, if we could buy it, it'd be great. But man, the only place I mean, I can't even afford. Like I said, I couldn't even afford to. I wish we could have bought Lloyd's somehow. I wish I could have put that together and bought Lloyd's. I think that would have been like the icing on the cake. The building needed a lot of work, but God,
The location was unmatched.
yeah. I mean, that's the only thing the guy did right in like 21 years. Besides hire me,
Picked a good spot.
God, I mean, they just blindly picked that spot. They're like, he's like, yeah, I sat on the property and watched the road. I saw like 200 cars one day. I was like, yep, this is where we need to move. I'm like, that is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but it would just work. I came up here on a Saturday. Like, oh my gosh. You do realize that people are driving on the weekend. But it worked out. He had a good, his business was good word of mouth, and he was able to, he had a good business, and I worked for him for a long time. I think I was part of it. I like to say I was, but he had he has a great location. He sold it to the county. The location is so great. The county came and bought it. I could put a fire station there. So, I like I said, I wish I could have bought that. That would have been the one I got away, and I should have bought it years ago when he offered it to me. And I was like, "Oh, that's a ridiculous number there, please." Now I'm like, "Man, did you take a check?"
Well, back then it was out of reach. Back then, that's how it always.
Well, it's like that. What do they call it? It's like the I don't know. Like you're always like 2 steps behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Coulda,
when I
woulda,
finally
shoulda.
reach that level, then everything's 2 steps ahead of me again.
Yep.
And so, what I didn't realize, it would have taken, probably 2 more people to pull it off. And I just wasn't in a position to do it. But that's why I was so eager to take advantage of this situation when it came up. I was like, hey, we got to do this. This is my chance to do it. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, if I fail, well, I'll just try again.
It's like buying tool trucks. When you first start, they tell you to get a used truck to start off in, and then your next truck should be probably like a newer truck. I always bought used trucks because I don't want to spend the money. I'm cheap.
Yeah.
And now I'm at a point where I could actually use a bigger truck. And everyone always says to me, well, you need a bigger truck because I got stuff all over the floor now and everywhere. And I'm like, I kind of like having the extra money to put away.
Yeah, no.
I know a bunch of Matco guys. I don't know if something came down from Matco, but I know a few Matcos, they all bought new trucks simultaneously. And they had to buy the 22 footers for like $185,000. And here I am.
It's probably their contracts are running out.
Probably, yeah. See,
and then they have this big review about their trucks, and if their trucks don't pass the look or their specs or whatever they want, they have to get into new trucks.
Yes, yeah, I know that they did something like that years ago too, and it made a lot of the franchisees angry about it. But hey, if those are the rules, those are the rules. I personally, I am doing a lot of business in a truck that cost me $11,000. And I'm happy to do that.
Yes.
And it's kind of funny because I feel like the white trash version of tool guys, because there's one shop where a buddy of mine who's a Matco dealer, a guy named Bob, who just bought a brand new truck, and I pull up literally the same time. So there I'm pulling up my 2007 GMC that cost me $11,000, and he's playing
Sanford and Son, right?
Yes, right, and he's pulling up his nice, slick, shiny new rig, and it's a gorgeous truck. I couldn't wait to get in it to see what it looked like, and of course it's beautiful. He's got everything awesome in there, and
every time I go to the tool shows, I want to buy a new truck when I'm there. Of course,
yeah, because there's always something.
Here's the deal,
other
though.
Companies
if you have tools on your truck is the most important thing.
It is. I can't ever justifying that kind of money, because here's the other thing. This
translates completely into the shop, right? Like technicians, you don't start off with like the gold standard toolbox as your first box. You start off with a smaller box. Same with tools. You start off with a starter set of tools. Same with a tool truck. You start off with a starter tool truck, something you can afford, something you afford to drive, something that you can, when you put tools in it, doesn't look empty. If you had a 40-foot tool truck and your starter set of tools, it looked like you were going out of business. I mean, it all kind of. And
now with how diesels are, and with all the DEF and all that, I'd rather have my older truck.
Absolutely, give me the pre-emission.
Actually, I'm at the point where now, if anything ever really happened to it, I would just put a new engine in it. It'd be cheaper and probably in the long run better.
Yeah, I'm not one of the people. I don't look at the tool trucks and go like, oh, I need to buy off the really nice truck. I mean,
it's more of the spacing than the layout and how big they are and the extra room you get. That's really what it boils down to. But since I don't really carry toolboxes either, I'm actually having, hopefully soon, shells put in.
Nice.
So
Lindsay's truck is good. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't feel bad about it. It's good. It's a good looking truck. You got your own. You got your own logo on the door. You're not repping somebody else's stuff. So,
well, let's spend a minute to get caught up in the chat, because there's been a bunch of comments made. I want to say hi to a couple of guys. Tyler Williams has stopped in. Good to see you, Tyler. He's a buddy of mine and a good customer out in Dripping Springs that works in a paint and body shop. Shop called Drip and Paint. They do outstanding work and good restoration work, and I love seeing they do collision too. But man, they do really good work out there.
He's gonna be working on my son's Trailblazer here pretty soon. Then.
Oh, okay.
So as soon as I get the suspension done, it's going back.
Yep. And he says the good thing about Dripping Springs is that there's plenty of work to go around for all the shops in town. You could not be any more correct about that statement. It doesn't matter, I don't think, at this point, how many shops crop up there, because the population is exploding out there. New housing is going up at an insane rate. There's so many cars and trucks and vehicles that need service. There's plenty of work to go around. So, get in on it. If you're opening your own shop like Cass and Travis did, good for you, because it means you're gonna jump in that game, when they're getting as good. All right, who else is in here? And East Coast Ken says his goals in 5 years move halfway between Austin and San Antonio. I want to open a custom shop that does bumpers and other welding, custom exhaust, paint, wrapping, and detailing vehicles. That's an excellent decision, Ken. That whole area, San Marcos, New Braunfels, even if you were to come further north into Buda, would be an outstanding area. Not only would you be able to do a lot of, business to customer work, you could do a lot of business to business work. I'm sure of it, because there's a lot of shops there that outsource stuff. And if you do that kind of work, you could absolutely be a resource for other shops. Oh, and PDR work. Yeah, I see a guy who does PDR work for a dealership that's right next to a racing shop I service. And he is there every time I pull in. He doesn't leave. He's got endless amount of work. The guy just does, he's busy all the time.
11 and 2.
All right, let's go back to something we were talking about earlier about mistakes that were made when you got going. And our pal Mark posted before he joined us that yours was staying too long as a franchise. So what was it like for you when you started out, and how long did you stay in a franchise model?
Let's see. When I started out, I liked it. It was really good. I'm not going to say what franchise I was with, because I really don't like them now, and they don't like me, so we don't talk about each other.
It was one of 4.
What's that?
It was one of 4 franchises.
Yes. So I mean, I really liked it. They taught me a lot. I think the one reason I stayed as long as I did is I had a really good district manager, really good district manager who would do just about anything for you, help you out any way he could. He was one of them guys that were, he was always there. If you had a bad day, good day, it didn't matter, And I stayed for about, I guess it was like 13, 14 years. And when they fired him, it was about a year later, and I left.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. And I really, when I look back at it, I probably really only stayed because of him. That's really what it boiled down to. Just because he made my life easy. He made everything easy. And then I thought, well, as time went on, you start to see, we all know how much a tool's actually worth and what the franchise wants to sell it to you for, which is almost end user price. And then we have to mark it up and resell it just because they tagged a name onto it.
Mm-hmm.
And half the time the name, when it was tagged onto that tool, it was only on the cardboard. Once you rip the cardboard off, the tool was the same as any other tool. So as soon as I went away from my franchise, things got bad and they got good because they weren't happy when I left. So they actually tried to put a stop to me. That didn't work. And now I'm doing fine.
Yeah, that was something I was concerned about too. When I terminated my franchise, I'm like, how interested are they going to be in pursuing this? Right? Because if they had their way, they would say, you can't do business, period.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They don't own my receivables. I do. If you want me to get out of business, you gotta buy my way out, right? Because I'm going to continue to collect money. I have, I don't know, $60,000 in receivables out at the time, and I'm not going to give that up.
Yeah.
And so it was up to them. I put it in their lap, and if it's something they're going to want to pursue, they're going to have to do it. They never did, of course, because it's not worth their while.
No, I think when I got out, they actually, it was me and a couple other guys they went after really hard.
Mm.
And I think they tried to set like an example. This is what's going to happen to you guys.
Oh.
If anybody else got out. And it kind of really backfired on them because once everything was done and over with, we never talked about it. To nobody else. We don't talk about it. So we don't talk about it. Nobody knows really what happened. And, I just go on with my life. And actually, it ended up making me bigger because part of the settlement was, all right, I'll leave my area. So I just went to the next town over and started again. And I have all the knowledge. I have all the tools, So I just started again. Now I have 2 routes.
And it's a fairly easy business to ramp up anywhere. If you already know how to do it.
If you know how to do it and you know the people, you have all the connections, you have all the power.
It is probably
the only thing they had over me was money.
Yeah.
They could drag it out forever. So, but I didn't let them drag it out. I just said, okay, here you go. Boom, boom, boom. And it was done and over with. And it was funny because one of the stipulations was I had to leave my area for a year, that was under I was told it was their customers and not mine. So, all right, fine, which really ticked everybody off because nobody saw it that way.
Right. And
then once a year went by, my phone started ringing off the hook and they were like, yeah, we know your year's up. Where you at? So I was like, well, I started a whole nother route. And they're like, we don't care. You got to figure out how to do both of these things now.
Oh, so is that why you split your routes?
That's why I split my route.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I started a whole nother route. And then, like I said, a year later, guys are calling me, hey, can you come back? And when the other guys found out that my old place is called, they're like, well, you can't leave now. So I was like, all right, well.
It's good to be wanted, I'll say that.
It really is.
It's nice to be loved sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a heck of a story. Yeah, I only had the franchise for 2 years. And when I went in, I kind of went in believing I wasn't going to stay in for very long because after 2 years of owning a franchise, you're pretty much going to know the business as well as you're going to know it. You're not going to learn anything in year 3 that you didn't know in year 2 about
the business
the tools,
itself,
the product line, stuff like that. That you can answer questions. That's easy. You get all the technical knowledge, but it's running your own business. You're still going to learn more. Hopefully, you never stop learning that. But it wasn't.
That's why I watch your videos, so I learn stuff.
I'm glad they're helpful.
I just watch it for the plier fights.
I got to do another pliers fight. I haven't done one of those in a long time.
Yeah, we got to see the Jurassic plier fight at some point.
Let's get caught up in the chat. Where are we? Somebody asked. Let me go back. Famous Slick Rick asks, what do you think of the new Gear Wrench 120 XP locking flex head ratchets? And I believe, Rick, you're talking about the small, slender ones with the thin head, not the regular 120 XPs. Have you seen those, Mark?
Is he talking about the push buttons?
I believe they're the push button ones. Hey, let me see if I can.
All right, well, if you're talking about the push button ones, I haven't got any of them in.
I haven't seen them available yet.
I don't know. I inquired about a flex head ratchet this week.
That was
somebody didn't have one.
No, because there's new ones that we don't have yet.
Because my gear wrench guy, my tool guy,
your tool guy,
my tool slacker guy didn't have a flex head 3/8 ratchet on the truck.
I noticed. I thought that was odd that I didn't, but I did.
See a slacker slacking off.
Yeah. Oh, he's all right. He's not.
He's all right.
He's all right. Hey, don't cut him slack.
I like it when the customers come on and you don't have something. They're like, "Well, the other ass doesn't have it," and I'm like, "What am I, the first ass or am I the other ass?"
Yeah, I like to try to be kind of, I'm not going to sit here and brag or anything, but I like to try to be kind of calculated before I walk on the truck, knowing what I'm going to ask for.
Yes.
And you always want to, know what you're getting into whenever you go buy something. I don't just want to be, like, oh, hey, what's this go for? And ask Lindsay like 19 prices and then walk off the truck with nothing.
I like it when people come on the truck with something in mind or they have questions because it gives me, it's a good opportunity to flex my brain a little bit and learn stuff if I don't know it, or I can share knowledge if I have it. And I feel more useful that way than.
I'll just like to go like, hey, this is my problem I have. I need a solution. I don't like these options. Like whenever I needed the chassis ear, like what do we have for the chassis ear? You're like, oh, well, we can do this. So Pat goes
and
for
I
seconds.
love
That
being
one
put
guy
in
can
a
send you.
position like that. I love that stuff. Come to me with a question or an issue or a problem you can't solve, and I'd love to get to work on stuff like that.
Yeah, because I wanted to buy a chassis ear, but I didn't want, I wanted to it's funny. I bought one and then somebody else bought one at the same time from you.
Yeah, that was weird.
It's like, but no, but I like going to you for stuff like that just because it makes my life a lot easier because I don't have to go and spend countless hours trying to figure out where I'm going to get it from or this is a reputable place to get it from. I know that if I buy it from you, at least if anything happens, I have somebody advocating for me on your side. Except for these damn Milwaukee batteries. I got another broken battery.
Oh, sorry to hear that. All right.
And but this time it's not. You're not gonna like this one. It's the 18 volt that's broken.
What happened to it?
It's cracked in 2 spots.
Oh man, we got it taken care of.
Go to e-repair. You got a computer.
E-repair. Well, that's why I have Lindsay.
Yeah, that's it. I haven't seen one of them yet.
I haven't either. Rick, is that the ratchet you're talking about? I haven't seen those yet. I haven't seen them available.
It looks like
yet.
It looks like the Mako ratchet, or not Mako, the Mac ratchet, basically.
A little bit.
I want to try out one of the Gear Wrench comfort grip ratchets. I just want to try it. I just want to see.
And these are I haven't seen any images of the drive side of that head, so I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if it's the same mechanism or not, but yeah, it's a push button lock. And they announced them in quarter 3/8 and a half. I just haven't seen them yet.
No, I bought a shop right now. Well, I didn't buy it, but if you saw the inside of the shop, you'd understand.
Oh, and Miguel Martinez. Sorry we didn't say hi to you right away. I saw that you jumped in. Good evening to you, sir.
As Jude would say, Brown M&M in the chat.
The one-man emoji department just opened. Bring it on.
Speaking of Jude, Jude's not going to be real happy right now.
Is he crying right now?
Hey.
Is USC losing to Utah?
Losing would imply they're close. This game is not close.
Really? Yeah. Oh.
Beat Don.
It's 40-24 right now with 3
Come
minutes in the
on.
fourth quarter. Utah is blowing them out.
My, oh my. Look at that. Oh, with
just
only
when you think you know what's going to happen, yeah, I got no clue. He texted us, by the way. You can check your phone here in a little bit.
Yeah.
He may never talk to any of us again. I'm just throwing it out there.
I know it's not going to help, but I did pick USC to win.
That's a little too late. Yeah. Well, the good news is probably the MVP of this game is a guy from Duncanville, Texas. So there you
go. Okay.
Jaquindon Jackson. He's a one-time Texas Longhorn, and now he's a Utah Ute.
All right. Who else has joined us? Shepherd's Fleet Services LLC. Hello. Good evening. Good to see you. And he says he needs a 3/4 inch socket set. There's a lot you can choose from. The
Gray pneumatic.
I've had good luck with their Gray pneumatic and Sunex. Mark, what do you normally go to for 3/4?
Gray pneumatic.
Yeah, Gray.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm hesitant with Gray pneumatic is if heaven forbid something happened and I moved out of the area and I wasn't near my Gray pneumatic dealer, I would have a hard time getting it warranted.
Everybody says that.
The one downside is that their warranty policy is that you have to.
I own Gray pneumatic sockets. I bought them from Lindsay. So
yeah, you have to do it through a dealer, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't have a direct.
And so what I would end up doing is I would have to go be the dealer. I'd have to go be a Gray pneumatic dealer, and then all of a sudden, now I've got sockets that's coming out of my ears.
I mean, how often though do you really? I mean, you have Gray, so you know how good they are. How often do you really break them?
I've never broken one. Knock on wood.
Yeah. You wear them out, they'll get a little sloppy.
Well, I don't use them. The socket, I don't have not all of my sockets. So my impact sockets are Snap-on and then in the half-inch variety. Then I have Mac and the 3/8 variety. The gray pneumatic is my half-inch deep impact wobbles. A lot of times I use breaker bar though. I don't go and just just beat the shit out of the socket. I like to go and try to, Hunter, he might come to Austin and beat you to death for saying that comment. Lindsay knows what I'm talking about if he checks his text. But I try not to beat the hell out of the sockets. And then I have the half-inch deep impact wobbles, and then I have the slim 3/8 sockets. And I'm not just like whipping them real bad.
Yeah. The ones that I usually most replace are a 17 or 19, something that they're using for wheel lugs.
Yeah.
They're the only two that really break if they actually break them. Most of the time, they wear them out.
Yeah, I mean, it just rolls the edge of the lug nut, and you damage more lug nuts with the wore out lug nut socket than anything else. But
now I don't sell Sunex, but I'll warranty it for some guys.
Sure,
and they're always bringing me sockets to warranty. So
Lindsay,
that's how I determine if a tool is good or bad. Since I don't use tools, I go by how often I warranty if it's a good or bad tool.
Because Cass, you bought the metric and standard Sunex set for me a year or so ago.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of service calls, and so I needed to have a half-inch drive set of metric and standard impact sockets, and I needed to be able to take them with me on the go. But I didn't want to take like a Snap-on. I didn't want a $1,000 set of impact sockets. I needed something affordable. So Lindsay goes, "Hey, how about the Sunex set?" I'm like, "All right, well, I'll give it a try." So he gets it in the truck, and I use it, and Robert and I both used it on service calls, and Robert's like, "Hey, I really like these sockets." And I go, "Yeah, I do too." And I like it so much I bought, more Sunex sockets, but I like them. I've got too many sets right now, but I guess you can never have too many tools, huh, Lindsay?
Not from my perspective. Oh, look at this. East Coast Ken says, when we go to San Antonio next summer, I'm going to come by and walk on my truck and randomly grab 5 tools and buy them all while blindfolded.
Well, Lindsay, know what you do that day? You empty out your truck, you put 5 expensive tools on there.
Ken, you somehow bought 5 scanners. I don't know how.
5 scanners.
What were the odds? I wanted to ask, could we have a question on the floor from Chris Chambers. Chris says, got a question for the tool guys. I'm looking for a standard set of long reach box end 0 offset wrenches. Any ideas? Yes.
Yep.
Those are the Gearbox brand wrenches from Gear Wrench. They have a couple of different versions of this set. This is the non-flex set. They do have a flex head version that is the same size box end on both ends. One is a ratcheting box end and one is fixed. The set runs 10 to 9. Oh, you said standard. Sorry. I'm going into my spiel on the metrics. The metrics are 10 to 19. Let me see what the standards one to run. Was that what you were thinking, Mark?
I think it goes up to, I don't know where it starts at, but I think it goes up to 3/4.
Okay. Is that the same ones you were thinking?
5/8 maybe?
This one, I'm looking at it now.
No, it wouldn't be 5/8.
5/16 to 1 inch.
Tyler goes, "Oh, come on, live a little. Use some chrome sockets on impact."
There it is.
Every once in a while you have to.
So Chris just goes 5/16 to 1 inch. And then they're from Gear Wrench. And I don't know what the availability is currently. You might be able to find a retailer that has them. As I'm pulling this up from one of my suppliers' websites, they're currently on back order. But you sell a lot of the standard sizes, Mark?
Once in a while.
Yeah.
I don't really stock them. If I do, I have like one box. But, and I probably wouldn't even have that one. I'd probably have the one that's in the stupid brown boxes where they have no labels on it. Just says GW all over it.
Yes,
I hate them boxes.
they're terrible.
I hate them.
Ugh.
Yeah, we've had a conversation.
My
about
video
that.
coming out. I did a truck walkthrough, and I come across some brown boxes in my truck.
Like, I know I get sad. I think that, man, why don't they just give us a better way to display these? Because they do with their other packaging.
Mm-hmm.
It comes in great. So, Chris, I hope that answers your question. And let's see. Tarek with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Very nice.
You have a question here from Nicholas Dill. He goes, "Hey guys, Michigan here. What is the best drill set in your opinion?" I think he's talking about drill bits. And I wish Robert was here right now so he could comment on the cut drills that he bought from Lindsay, the drill bits he bought from Lindsay, a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Man, he loves those things. He says they
I'm
are
glad.
some of the best drill bits he's ever used.
I'm glad he likes them. They are very expensive, but everyone who owns them loves them.
I'll say this.
And-
He had a drill a broken stud out of his cylinder head the other day, and he couldn't believe how clean of a hole it made, how quickly it drilled through there. Because he was going at a low speed too. It wasn't just like blowing through it. You know, he was following the directions.
Good.
And he just made quick work of it. He was super impressed. So
I am glad because
They are really nice. They're on the expensive side, but they are nice.
They make
but you know, buy it once, cry once, cry once type thing. So.
And that really is the case with something like this. And there are times when stuff is overpriced, but then there are times when you get a drill bit set like this or pliers from.
Do you carry the Norseman? Is it Norseman?
I've heard of them. I've never carried them though.
Yeah, I carry those too. They're probably about $100 cheaper.
Okay.
When selling them. And I haven't had any complaints. Actually, I've had guys come back and get another set just to have an extra set.
Oh, nice.
Because
what you hope for is when you carry something like that, and these are expensive, they're high end. What you hope for is that when people buy them, they just go and say, yeah, they're good. I want people to be enthusiastic about them.
Yeah.
Right? I want people to say, oh my God, these are better than I thought a drill bit could be. Right. That's what I look for. And, you know, when you get the better brands and you get the ones like Cut and all, they really do deliver that level of enthusiasm. And that makes me very happy. I'm trying to find a good picture of them here.
Well, usually it's funny because sometimes I'll sell like a expensive set of drill bits and the same guy will buy the $40, 29-piece, I think they're AST drill bits. I'm like, well, why are you getting the cheap ones? He goes, so when guys ask for a drill bit, I can hand them this box.
That's probably a very good approach.
Want another one? Yeah.
So here's Cut has these that come in different indexes. This is just a plastic round index. They do make them that have a metal folding index. Their bits, Nicholas, are treated differently than a lot of other drill bits on the market. There are different grades of alloys and steels that you can get. You can get some that are titanium coated. You can get some that are bimetal. You can get some that are cobalt coat, or rather have a cobalt in the alloy. These are salt nitride treated, meaning these are submerged in salt nitride treatment, and that treatment permeates the outer layer of the bit, and it makes it harder than your average bit. So you can go through harder materials, including these are rated to drill through titanium. So they're extremely hard, which means they're extremely brittle. So when you do use them, go slow, use oil. Speed is not your friend when drilling a hole with these. Pressure more than speed. And if you do that, then they're going to stay nice and sharp because they're extremely hard, and they're not going to chunk off on you and crack. So knowing how to use the drill bit in the way it's best intended is the key to these. And Cut specifically recommends that you do not drill a pilot hole, because if you do, then the pilot hole is going to be wider than the chisel tip portion of the split tip on these bits, and you're not going to effectively drill your hole that way. So no pilot hole, go slow, use oil, and they would be worth every single penny that you spend on them. On the tool trucks, these are, I think they're regular. I just sold one the other day for $315. They have their step point ones that are over $400. They're extremely expensive, but extremely good. I'm glad Robert likes them, because what happens with these bits is people ask me about them. They see them on the truck, and they usually don't buy them right away. They usually wait a week or two, and then they'll get the bits. And there's always a hesitancy there because people aren't sure, and they've had bad experiences drilling holes. There's some
it's a
bits
price thing.
Yeah, and there's some bits that simply aren't worth the price.
And then,
so
and then you have the guys that will say, well, one of my competitors will warranty them.
Yep.
And then my answer to that is, okay, I'll charge the competitor's price and I'll warranty them.
Yeah. Well, or you could be like,
you're just buying the warranty.
Who's bought 2 sets of the Mac drill bits and loses more drill bits than you can't warranty a missing drill bit.
That's true.
So
that's true. And I'm with you, Mark. I'll do the same thing. If someone breaks a bit, I'll just buy them one and I'll cover that myself. With the expense of the drill bits and the cost of replacements, it's not that much. And if you're drilling properly, you won't be breaking them. So if something does break, it's going to be infrequent. And I will cover that for people. Raging Cadence says gear wrench is definitely a great option. We're going back to that wrench conversation we had and the ratchet conversation. They are, I think you can talk about gear wrenches and ratchets in the same breath as any of the other premium brands, and you're going to have comparable quality there. Someone sent me an email earlier today asking, he's a channel viewer, and he asked me what I thought the strongest ratchet was. And I don't want to give him an answer because I don't know. So I referred him to Project Farm that did a side-by-side test on ratchet strength. Because I don't want to give them platitudes on brands that I sell. I don't want to put down other brands. So and I think on that video that Project Farm did, Gear Wrench actually came out on top for the types of testing they were doing and the ratchets that they had. So I was pretty impressed with it. Going back to Chris Chambers with the gearbox wrenches, are those longer than box end open end wrenches? Yes. They get longer as you go up in size, obviously. Do you know how long the smaller sizes on those are, Mark?
No.
No, they gotta be this long to start with. Right? Yeah. Does that make sense? And then of course, as you go up, they get longer. Biggie Fitz is here. Hey Biggie, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Tarek says can cut. What's that second brand?
Clean Line.
I don't know them.
Clean Line.
I
never heard of them.
No, I haven't either. And that's why I rely on people's experiences too to make decisions on stuff because I don't know. Yeah, and then Tarek says that those wrenches are quite a bit longer. Hands-on mechanical asks if I'm going to be giving out participation awards. I assume that's for the drawing. I had a guy ask me when I first started publicizing the Toolbox drawing. A guy gets on the truck, and I told him all about it, and he said, "Well, I don't understand." I said, "What's confusing to you?" And he said, "I pay $200." I said, "Yeah." He says, and he says, "If I don't win, what's in it for me?" And I said, that you just gave money to a charitable cause to a family who needs it.
And that's where you say, well, okay.
And then the guy standing next to him says, if I don't win, do I get my money back? I'm like, you're making charitable contributions, guys. I said, let's start with that's what this is.
You let them walk off the truck without whacking them over the head?
I just felt, I'm like, how do I don't want to be a jerk, but geez, you're putting me in a weird position.
Sorry, you guys aren't eligible for the raffle.
Yeah.
You just don't deserve it.
Daniel asks if we've heard of Drill Hog drill bits. They're rebranded Norseman and they have a lifetime warranty. I have not. Mark Cass, have you heard of them?
Nope.
But I'll look into it. It's definitely something that interests me.
I've had people over the years tell me different brands of bits, and people recommend all kinds of things that they're happy with. I could not be happier with how happy people are with the Concut ones. Now, I also sell Irwin and some of the in Milwaukee and Astro and
so we
a
bought
million other drill bit brands. But
when we were shopping it, so we bought some drill bits from from Home Depot, we got some Milwaukee drill bits,
Mhm.
and those were pretty decent drill bits. We had a
Are they the one
really,
with the
really
quick
good
connect
luck with it. And
center
they had the
guide?
1/4-inch collet on there.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they worked out well. I was really surprised at how well they worked. And of course, Robert lost half of them. So, and they were on like stupid, they were probably their Black Friday deal, and they didn't
Mhm.
sell a ton of them. So they had a bunch of them left after Christmas, and they were like a ridiculous clearance sale. So I'm like, let's buy one, and we like it, then we'll buy more, and we went back, and they were all gone. I mean, it was.
I
like,
think that
we're selling these too cheap or something. I don't know.
Yeah, if you just need a quick and dirty drill bit, they're excellent because they have a few different ones. They have black oxide ones, they have titanium coated ones, they have the quick connect ones. I don't have them available to me through my distributors. And when I asked my distributors why, they said, well, they're not really considered like a pro grade item. They're more like a homeowner grade thing. I said, okay, that makes sense to me. And they don't warranty them, but you're not spending a ton of money on them. But my understanding from people who do own them, like you said, Cass, is they're perfectly good bits. I don't know the limitations of what I'd asked them to do. I don't know, if they're really good for particularly hard materials or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, you need a good drill bit to take on site, or you're using it for a particular job, or you're working with sheet metal or something like that,
Okay.
you may never wear those bits out. You just don't know.
Yeah.
If you drill pilot holes in a bunch of thin sheet metal, you don't know. Maybe they'll work out great.
Yeah.
They worked out great for what we're using it for, and we use it on some pretty thick metal. And who was using them, so they were pretty relentless with the pressure and speed at which they drill. So,
hey, Nicholas, good luck with the drill bits. Let me know which ones you choose and what your experience is using them. I'm pretty sure you're going to like them. I wouldn't recommend if I thought otherwise. And Brown M&M says, it's a great device. 2 Toolios and 1 tech. I know, all in the same place at the same time, right?
kind of.
Look, me and Lindsay, we're not even fighting. We're 2 tool dealers.
Y'all have the market covered in your respective areas.
Yes.
Actually, I just got a new Mac guy in my route.
Haven't met him yet?
I met him twice. I jump on every time I see a new truck. I stop and I turned around, and went back.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm the same way.
Have you met the new Snap-on guy in our area, Lindsay?
I haven't seen him anywhere. No.
Oh, well, he's got to go Snap-on school right now. He's not going to be back until like the week before Christmas, and he'll be back. He's a nice guy. I mean, he really is. But I hope he does well.
I knew a very nice Snap-on guy in the city who did not last very long at all because very nice. But, as we talked about earlier, didn't know the first thing about running the business and had a hard time with the basics like warranty fulfillment. And the example that was given to me was, I don't know if Sammy Salinas is still on, but Sammy came to me with a broken Snap-on oil filter strap wrench. It's just a kind of with the red nylon strap and the silver wrench, right? With the 2 3/8.5 drive holes on it. And he said this broke, and he told me the story that the Snap-on guy, who's now out of business, said, he said, I told him that this wrench broke, and what he gave him was just a strap, and it didn't look like it fit in the tool right, and there was a piece that held it, which didn't look like it was correct at all. He said he was confused, and when he asked him about it, the guy just said, well, I don't know, that's what they gave me. Right. And that's where he left it. So it's kind of like, here, it's yours now. My part is done because I gave you the free thing and I don't know anything about it. Yeah. So, and I felt bad for Sammy. So I said, well, I'll make a call to Snap-on for you and find out. Right. So I did. And I called them and they said, well, we'll send you a new one. I said, okay. So I sent the broken one in. They sent a new one out, the entire thing with the wrench and the strap and the whole thing. I gave that to Sammy. And I felt frustrated for Sammy. I felt frustrated for the Snap-on guy. This is interesting because Pat says
I just saw that
replacement strap.
So what did he hand him?
Scandal.
What did he hand him then?
What? That's a really good question. Wow. they do the whole tool.
Yeah, because
that's what they sent me when I called on Sammy's behalf.
Because how would you get a replacement strap anyhow? Because one side of it is sewn together.
Correct.
Onto the tool.
And hold on a second.
If my Snap-on guy would have handed me that, I would have taken the strap and the other end of the tool and
put it around his neck.
I would have thrown it in the trash.
Put it around his neck and choke him with it.
Yeah.
I thought I might have had the strap here, but I guess I gave it back to Sammy. But yeah, it was weird, right? So to me, this was a clear-cut case of the dealer not knowing how the system should work, or if he got the wrong, if he actually tried to process this through Snap-on and they sent him the wrong thing, and since somebody at Snap-on made a mistake, right? And that's easy to clear up. You just say, hey, I need a thing and swap them out. That should be very easy to handle. Or what it seemed to me was this guy was putting in some pretty low effort and didn't want to find out. And he just said, well, here's, the part that he had. And he was done with it. And what's Sammy's reaction? Any of us are the same reaction, like Cass said. It's like, I've got no use for you now. If this is the kind of help that I get, what good are you to me? Right. And when you're looking to start and run your business, put service above everything else. I mean, that's got to be number one.
I had a conversation with one guy, and he was saying, because he was getting into the business, and he was telling me that, well, he's only going to warranty the stuff he sells.
Yeah.
I said, well, okay, well then, I hope you have a plan B.
Yeah, if I bought something off one of the like the Snap-on truck or the Mack truck and they wouldn't warranty it, and it was one of their hardline tools, and they were like, "No, I won't warranty because
that's the end of it."
I would say, don't ever come here again.
Don't ever come back. I have no use for you.
Yeah, I will call Snap-on corporate and warranty all my stuff, or I'll warranty it all through Lindsay. If they told me that,
yeah.
Well, Sammy is still on. Yeah, and he's saying bad times with Snap-on. I mean, I felt bad for Sammy, right? So in the time it takes to process this filter wrench thing, I said, "Here, look, I'll do you a solid. I'll give you a 2-for deal." And I got
some the Lyle set,
gear wrench. I think it was the gear wrench one, right, Sammy? It was the one that the gear wrench one has both sizes on it. I sold him a 2-for plus one deal.
One,
just
sizes.
so we could.
I think Lyle's the silver one, and gear wrench. What is red, or is it black, or?
Here, I gotta ask Tyler this question. All right, Tyler, have you ever seen the movie The Other Guys? I'll wait for his response before I bring any of this up.
Okay, so
Lindsay knows where I'm going with this question.
Yes, because Tyler works right down the road from where you are, Cass. So you have the same Snap-on guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is a story. When you're a new tool guy, that's what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to walk in and you're going to handle a lot of warranty stuff for the first few weeks. People are going to do it to see.
All right, Tyler. I'm gonna have to request you go look up on the internet right now. You need to go look up The Other Guys, Bob. Look up The Other Guys, Bob, and then come back on the chat and tell me who Bob reminds you of.
Oh.
See you, Ken.
Who just said good night?
Ken's leaving.
Ken did. Okay. Good night, Ken. Thank you for stopping in, buddy.
Yep.
We'll talk to you next time. Yeah, that probably should have been part of our earlier discussion about, starting up a shop or running a business, that put service above everything. That's number one. And I had that conversation with a guy after I started my Mac franchise. About a year later, another guy came into the same area, and he was asking me some questions about stuff. And he said, I'm having a hard time getting some sales. I said, well, tell me what it's like when you go in a shop. I said, the guys, are they receptive to you? Are they talking to you? Yes, Tyler looked it up. You're all on the same page now.
Oh, man. Yeah, Tyler, next time you see him, just ask him if he makes that mean pot of decaf. I'm gonna do yes. I'm gonna do a solid. I'm gonna bring the guy. I'm gonna get him on my YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
It's
do
fun
that.
to give the guys exposure.
Yeah,
I like what Jude does with his Snap-on and Cornwall guys.
he's a nice guy. I do like him. I hope he does well. And then you've been on my channel before, so if you want to come on, great. If not, I understand. You have bigger and better things to do other than appearing on my channel.
Hold on. Stop the presses. We got to share this story from Hands On Mechanical. A while back, our Snap-on dealer assistant was checking a 1/4 Mako torque wrench. He was pulling hard to get 25 inch-pounds, and I think he was waiting for it to beep, but it wasn't digital. You got to know the products, even if it's somebody else's brand. Oh, man. That's too good.
That reminds me of that picture of the kid who has the tire in the water, but it's not on a rim, and he's looking for a leak.
I don't
You seen that?
know.
God.
I've seen it, yeah. Miguel Martinez is out. Oh, I thought it was just blank at first. Perfect.
These are good stories. So anyway, about service in the business. So this Matt guy that started out asked me for some advice because he was having a hard time getting sales, and he'd been in it for like 3-4 months. So you expect by that time you would be earning some pretty decent business from your guys. And I asked him to tell me what it was like for him to go into a shop, if guys are receptive and what. He says, nah, he said, they're really not giving me the time of day. They're not really talking to me much. He said, so I told them, hey, look, guys, if you don't buy stuff from me, I can't even afford the fuel to come here. And I said, let me stop you right there. I said, they don't owe you any business. Right? I said, you got to earn that. I said, you got to go in understanding that service is your top priority. Ask them if they need help with anything. Ask them if you can take care of a broken for them. Ask them how you can be useful to them. I said, the sales will follow, but
that's why you need, like Cass said, you need $20,000 sitting in the bank so you can get by.
Yes, exactly right. And he said, yeah, I guess everything you think this is a service business. I said, that's what it is. I said, we do retail sales, but it's a service business. It's how we're going to compete effectively against other tool trucks and online sales.
It's a service and loan business.
It really is. Yes.
Yes.
And Chris says some people should not be given tools, or give them plenty of room so you don't get hurt. Oh no, Daniel, I'm sorry to hear that. Our tool guy was experimenting with not running AC in the truck to save money. Oh God, that had to have cost him plenty.
Did I ever tell you the story about the shop owner who didn't want the guys on the truck during the summer?
Oh.
I pulled into a shop, and it was one of them days, where it's 90 degrees, and the whole shop, there was about 5 or 6 guys in the shop. They all run out to the truck, and they're all in the truck, and they're looking around. Some guys are buying some stuff, and the boss sticks his head in there, and he says, all right, everybody out, blah blah blah, and they all leave. And he says to me, can't have this. Can't have the guys on the truck. No more guys on the truck. No, I said, okay, not a problem. I'll take care of it. And the following week, I pulled up, and the boss comes out. He hops on the truck, and he's looking around. And he turns to me and he says, "Is the AC broken?" I said, "You don't see your guys on the truck, do you?" After that, he said, "Okay, you can have the guys on the truck. Just make sure they're not out here long." Yeah.
I will confess that I used to go to one shop later in the day. It's right around 4. It's usually between 4 and 4:30. I get there. The shop closed at about 5:30. In the summertime, with the AC going, guys would pile on the truck and just sit there.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. You.
And I'm trying to
Close
keep
up.
things rolling. I'm trying to move, keep things moving. I'm like, anything I can help you with? And the guy's like, no, we're good. Just looking around. Right. And then one guy actually slipped and he said, I'm just riding out the rest of my shift. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
That was early on in my learning curve. My guys will do that. So ever since, I turn off the AC before I got to the shop.
Yeah.
Flip the switch in the cab. Sorry, guys. I can't. I got 2 other shops I got to get to.
Yeah.
And I got to hustle you off. Because you can't ride it out. I mean, a lot of people later in the day think that they're your last stop.
Yeah.
But that's not always the case.
I used to be your last stop, and then you change your schedule.
I changed my schedule, and you changed your shop, and
yeah. Well, I mean, that was kind of a forcible change. They said they wanted to go and reopen a different business where we were working. So
yeah. And
you're
JWC
talking about
text
when we were
says,
at Lloyd's, yeah.
Yeah, he says customer service is key in this horrible economy. My repeat customers keep me going for sure. There is no doubt about it. And the worse the economy gets, the better your service needs to be. It's that simple. I mean, you always want to be, at the top of your game.
I'm pretty fortunate. Our tool guys, you and Mike and Kyle are pretty decent guys, easy to get along with. Y'all try to help us out as much as possible. I mean, I've told the story 1,000 times, but my old Cornwall guy, I couldn't stand him. This was the last time I bought I was trying to buy a lock for a Toolbox, and it was just over and over and over and over and over and over. And then I finally was like, no more. I'm not ever buying anything from you again. So I'll be right back. I gotta go.
If you can't get something, you just tell the guy, I can't do it. I can't get it. Because so the tech will have more respect for that. Just saying, listen, I can't get it. I tried. I can't get it.
And
Instead of saying,
well,
let me keep trying. You're not helping the situation.
No, because meanwhile, he needs whatever he's asking for. And if he thinks that you're, trying, he's going to hold off maybe. And I had a guy ask me that. I struck up kind of a new and improved relationship with a shop I've been going to for quite a while. They had some turnover they promoted a guy to a management position there. And then they brought in a gal to run their parks department, and they brought in someone else to manage some other portions of the shop. And I kind of struck up this new relationship with them where I'm doing more for the shop in addition to what I'm already doing for their techs. And one of the guys that ran the shop said, I need one of those fuel caddies with a rotary pump. And he's rattling off this list of other things that he needs. Yeah. So I'm quoting him out the stuff. One of the things that he needed was, I forget what they call them. They're like a small manual forklift that you can push around and steer. And they have an electric pump that'll raise up tines that you can lift stuff with. And I have zero access to that kind of thing, so I could quote them on some things, but on that I said I have no access to it through any of my suppliers, and it wouldn't make any sense for me to buy it retail and then resell it, And he was
too much.
Yeah, pallet jack. Thank you, Pat. It's it would actually go up to I think like 4.5, 5 feet, so you can put stuff on shelving and things with it, or get stuff out of like pickup trucks and things. And I'd rather tell them that. And then even better, I could look online and say, okay, Grainger has the ones
I've done that.
Right. So I can tell them, hey man, I can't get it, but Grainger has the best pricing on them that I've seen.
Yeah.
I recommend asking them about it. And at least I can be useful, even if I don't get a sale out of it.
Yeah.
Which I think is the name of the game. And Hands On says, our Snappy dealer's truck didn't have AC for a while this past summer, but fortunately it would stop in the morning. Oh, thank God for small favors.
Yeah.
Oh, it's tough when the heat of the day settles in around 3 to 5 p.m. Oof. Yeah, and JWC Tech agrees with you, Mark. And then Daniel asks, has the economy noticeably slowed down for y'all? Running a machine shop, we were busier than ever. I don't know. What are your guys' experience? I know, Cass, you're busy. Mark, you've been staying busy.
Uh-oh. Y'all there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
All right.
You back?
Yes.
All right. Everybody froze up and disappeared.
Oh, man.
So has any, Cass or Mark, have you guys seen any slowdown due to the economy?
We live in a different part of the planet right now.
I think so.
It's just, we live in clown world.
All right, let me put you on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'll say this for as far as our area goes, we're experiencing a abnormally large amount of growth, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. There's more people moving in every day, and with all the people moving in drives industry, and they're spending money. I know the economy sucks in a lot of other places, but right now it's blowing and going for us.
Yeah.
I mean, even though the housing market is down, it's not down enough in the area. It's just, I wish it were, it sounds stupid, but I wish it were worse because they're just, they're ruining my area.
They are. I mean, it
used to be a nice place to live. Now it's just like, I can't wait to get the hell out of there because I'm so tired of being there, so.
It's exploding everywhere. But it has been very good for people who own service.
I can run back and I can tell you about 2008, and 2008 was a bad year. And 2009 wasn't very good either.
Mm-hmm.
And the cash for clunkers just about sunk the automotive industry a lot of places. And I've said this time and time again. I think there's a big gap in technicians around that time because there's no money to be made in vocational trades or in automotive repair, and a lot of guys just left and went and did something else, and young people didn't come in and do anything else or do it. So it's just one of those things.
Miguel agrees. He says Austin and surrounding areas are busy building and growing like crazy. Yeah. And there's a downside. Well, there's a lot of downsides to it. One of them is that it's having a huge impact on the natural resources because the aquifers are having a hard time keeping up. The Edwards Aquifer, which services a huge region of Texas, parts of it were dry. We weren't getting a lot. It was just last week that we started getting water out of our well for the first time since August. We were getting water trucked in the last few months.
Yeah. It's so funny, like I want to go bring it up because it'll get political and then I'll look like an idiot. But it's so funny.
Can you use code words instead of the political?
Yes. Those who prefer to protect the environment are moving in at a higher rate than those who are eventually not. And they are the ones that require the most amount of resources, which is funny because they complain about everybody else using them. So it's kind of a hypocritical stance. I'll just say it like that.
No, that's usually the way it goes. And Tyler says that the bubble has to pop eventually. I would agree with you, Tyler. I don't know when, though. And we've seen this explosion in housing continue.
The worse it gets everywhere else in the country, the more people move here. They're just not stopping. I mean, there's days whenever I'm driving home from work and I see more out-of-state plates than I see in-state plates.
Yes,
and you're just going like, God, would you just quit moving in here, please? So.
Oh, Ricardo says he keeps telling me to come up to Jarrell, but I don't want to make money. It's not that I don't want to make money, buddy. It's just that it's so far out of my area. I can't operate that far north. I really wish I could or put some more trucks on the road, but
Lindsay just likes coming to my shop more.
Yeah. If I find the right person to come around, I absolutely want to start a route up north there, handle North Austin, Georgetown, Round Rock, parts of Pflugerville, and then go up to Jarrell. I think it'd be a great move.
Yeah, no, Joe Mama, like I said, Cash for Clunkers was like, for the automotive industry, it was almost the death nail there. I mean, like, it was bad.
Yeah.
But we made it through. I worked on a lot of really POS vehicles that people weren't trading in. They were just like, well, I'm going to fix my stuff. I'm not going to go and buy a new car for, 20% under MSRP with 0% interest. I'm like, all right, what do you got? Oh, great. I'm working on a 76 square body that used to be a state, highway department truck in this thing. It's seen its better day. I mean, that was the one that stuck out the most, just working on this big old pile of crap. And I'm just like, oh, man. But, I mean, we didn't. Like, there were days where we were like, I don't know if I'm going to have enough work to get through the day. So,
yeah. Mark says that his computer battery just died. Well, plug that thing back in and get on.
Yeah, no excuses here, Mark.
Run an extension cord if you have to. I don't know what to tell you. It's fun having you on, Mark. If you can jump back on, please do. And of course, Pat says, "Avail, live the fantasy." And Miguel's concerned about the power grid. I hope next year in the summer it'll still be enough. And
Yeah, I hope it doesn't snow like another foot and we don't have power for a week.
I know.
Like,
we get the crazy winter that happened 2 years ago. Plus, it's always going to be hot in the summer.
Yeah.
And then it's just a continued drain on the whole power grid. In fact, I saw a news report today that the city of Austin was thinking of upping their electrical rates and charging every customer another $15 per month for electricity.
well, they're really going to hate me when I tell them no.
I have a feeling I won't be the only one. And they're, that's just something that they're talking about. Whether or not they're going to do it, who knows? But that's where they're at.
Trust me, if somebody can figure out how to steal gas, we can figure out how to steal electricity.
Yes.
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm an upstanding citizen.
Chaka Gillis drops $2 and trashes Ryobi in the process. Perfect. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. We can prove that using science.
I don't know.
Thanks, Chuck. I appreciate it.
I don't know that I own any Ryobi tools.
I owned, years ago, I bought a Ryobi hammer drill and hated it. They had zero power. So I bought another one that was much better. And then I had a buffer for the car that was fine. I mean, I can't complain about it, but it turned me off of the brand. I don't know if they've improved since.
I've never owned a car buffer before.
Yeah, I didn't.
I've never owned a vehicle nice enough to have to buff the paint on the car.
Oh. And Chris Chambers says, just so long as Texas doesn't turn into California. Well, no promises there, buddy. Looks like although I was, I was heartened that our last election, it wasn't close. So
yeah. Well,
at least it looks like the politics are staying true. And then, Miguel's talking to Ricardo, says you're talking like an hour away. If you get traffic from downtown Austin, then to Pflugerville. Yeah, and you still need to go past Georgetown. It's surprising how long that can take now. But that stretch of I-35 that goes up there, man, bring something to eat with you because you're going to get hungry by the time you get to where you're going.
Yeah,
really?
Back a snack.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're totally moving west. Like we're getting out of town, not to be somebody that bails on their city, but I'm ready to get the hell out of this place.
I don't blame you.
But if I'm going to spend, I don't live that far from the shop. Well, I mean, 30-ish miles, right?
Mark's back. Good to have you back.
He's back.
Yay.
You found the power cord. I live 30-ish miles away from the shop, but it takes me over an hour to get to work every day. I'm like, the hell with this. I'm moving further west. I'd rather drive an hour, 60 miles in distance than, sit in traffic for an hour. So.
Yep, I know. And, it wasn't that long ago, and that was a pretty quick, straight shot for you.
Yeah.
To get
Tyler, I mean, I hate to tell you this, buddy, but Blanco's getting absorbed quick.
Yes.
I mean, it's still country right now, but
it is. Well, Tyler said that that's why, he and his family moved to Blanco. Good place right now. I almost bought my house there when I moved down, but I thought, no, it's too far out. It wouldn't have been far enough. No, it wouldn't have been.
My buddy has the 3 counties rule. He goes, if you can get 3 school districts rule, if you get 3 school districts away from the epicenter of people, you're going to be safe from expansion at some point.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, this computer's battery doesn't last too long. It wasn't even an hour.
Man, well, I'm glad you're back. It's good. It's good to have you on.
All right, what's the next subject here? What's the next subject?
Next subject.
Hit us with it.
Let's go back to tool trucks.
No.
So Pat says some of the guys on his route prefer to buy from him over other guys because he'll refer them to another tool brand if Snappy isn't the best. And I think that's the right way to be. And I will share a very powerful lesson that was taught to me by the guy who works with Cast now, Robert, who I've done videos with in the past. He did a live stream with us a few months back. And I learned a lot from him because he's still young enough to remember what it was like for him just getting into the field, and he still makes some mistakes today on how he buys tools and what he does. And he got on someone else's truck once, and I think he just paid his balance down. And the guy on the truck said to him, and Cass, you probably know the story better than I do. He says, "Oh, good. Now you can start buying something in, or you can run up a balance again or something like that." And he told me, he was hurt by that. And he's put off by it because clearly the tool guy did not have his best interest at heart. His goal was to get this guy, to get Robert in debt. That to me, you have to feel things from your customer's perspective. You have to have that empathy for them. And when guys pay down a balance, or they tell me they paid off another truck, I'll say, "Hey man, congratulations. It's good to get the debt behind you." Because I know what it's like to be in debt. We all do. And it's nice when you not feel that pressure from someone who just wants you to get back in debt again. You just got to get paid down. Enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that exactly, but I'm guessing it's probably our Snap-on guy that was trying to get him.
I think he said it was somebody else.
Wow. Well, it wasn't there because we only had you and the Snap-on guy at Lloyd's, and then whenever I moved on, I don't know if they ever got a Matco or Cornwall guy. I don't.
No.
I don't. Like I said, I've been on Cornwall trucks since the '90s, and then same with the Matco truck. No, early 2000s on the Cornwall, the '90s for the Matco truck, and then we didn't have a. I didn't have a Mac dealer until you came along. So we'd had. Well, I mean, that lasted more than like 3 weeks till you came along. So
yeah.
It was,
and that's certainly going to be part of the reason why guys don't last. If you come out, as pushing tools, get in debt, just get on and buy something. That's, to me, that's not the right way to be. I am fine if people don't buy something.
The best thing to do is just go in there and try to be as helpful as possible.
Yeah.
Guys see through bullshit pretty quick. I mean, you're not going to go and bamboozle with anything.
We're in the business of selling tools, but you also have to, you have to be responsible too.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot let somebody go. And this is like, I worked with a guy one time, and he went and he bought like $50,000 worth of tools in like about a 12-month period, maybe 18-month period. And I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, like, you worked in the industry, then you got out and you went and did something else for a while. Then you came back to the industry and you're like, you put yourself in a tremendous amount of debt. It's like, oh, I'm going to do this forever. And I'm like, are you? And then he lasted another 8 to 10 months. And then he was out.
Wow.
I'm like, and then he was selling off all the stuff. He's like, oh, I pay my bills. I'm like, what are you doing? You just pissed all this money away just because you're like, no big deal. And I'm like, the tool guy let him do it too. Like, just let him do it. Just know without any reservation. Just let him walk himself into that trap.
Yeah, I think that as a tool guy, you have a responsibility to your customers and to yourself, because they may very well just get out and take the tools and run and not pay you the money. It's worth a tap on the brakes to have that quick conversation with somebody. Not that I want to know anyone's particular financial situation, but I want to make sure that they don't foresee a problem with their financial obligation. And there are guys, you have that quick conversation with their guys who say, yeah, I better hold off. Fine.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a guy say, nah, man, don't worry about it. I got some money tucked away, whatever. Great. Okay. If it's not going to be an issue, but it's worth having a conversation.
Well, it's that conversation when they say, oh, well, I can afford $50 or $100 a week. And then you turn around to them and say, well, that also is $200 to $400 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the light bulb go on.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, the whole, like, what's my payment? I hate when people ask, like, what's my payment going to be?
Yeah.
Like, you're never going to pay this off, or this is going to take you forever to do it.
Yeah, and you always have a few guys that are on the forever payment plan. their promise of 50 a week turns into 40, and then it winds up being 30, and then 20 every other week, and you're just like, let's just get through this.
Yeah.
I'm
like, if I don't pay it off right away, I'm looking for the fastest option to pay it off, because I hate owing money. Like, it's such a good stress relief to not owe money, because you're like, I just, if I don't have to pay anything, then great.
Enjoy.
Sometimes all you're going to get out of me is a smile and a good conversation.
Nothing wrong with that. It's part of maintaining the whole relationship. Bay Power Stroke Jude, thank you, sir, for the $5. I appreciate that. Oh, you were suckered in. You believe Lincoln Riley teams are soft once they got punched in the face. Sorry, man. Need a hug? Bring in.
How about a link?
I gave him one.
Oh, there's nothing says welcome. Nothing says I feel sorry for you. Like poking the bear.
I know. Let's log on into the link and let's see your tear-streaked cheeks as you join us for some therapeutic tool conversation. Quick Wrench Tool Junkie showed up. Hey, Quick Wrench, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in.
What's the most? So Quick Wrench Tool Junkie asked at Coil Tools, what's the most credit as a truck you have ever given?
Most credit I've ever given. And this is keeping on the truck account, not referring to a third-party creditor. Yeah. $4,500 Mako 6S toolbox.
How long was it on the truck account for?
I will do things like that for 1 year, so I frame it to the customer like this: $4,500 for the box. I said I'll finance it for a year. Between your down payment and what you can afford a week, let's see what those numbers are, and you tell me. Right. So I want the customer to be an active part in figuring that out, because he knows his budget better than I do. So, this one guy, for example, in fact, last week was his last payment on that box. He never missed one. He made it every week, just like he said he would. He actually paid off a little bit early because he bumped up his payment a little bit. So he said, would you take a tool cart in trade? I said, yes. So we worked out a trade on that, and then a little extra that he put down on it. And then it worked out to every week. It was, I think, $75 or something like that. And he didn't want to drag it out for a year, so he threw some extra at it. Worked out great. And when you can structure it like that, then it's less scary, because I don't refer someone to a third-party creditor. I have to be choosy about who I actually put on that kind of credit plan with me. So I felt very good selling to this guy. I wasn't going to offer it to anyone else. Well, to other people. It was him or a handful of other guys. I didn't know at the time he was looking for a box. He saw it on the truck, and we worked out a deal, and that was it. Mark, how about you?
It's probably about, well, it all depends. Are we talking a shop owner, or are we just talking?
Let's say tech, because I know shop owners will go out there and.
I've done about 8,000 on the truck.
Yeah, Pat's got 8,500 out.
Yeah, but it was a shop owner, and I had it back 4 months. So I did a 30, 60, 90, 120.
Okay.
And that was it. And he was okay with that. Now with a I guess a non-shop owner, I think it was probably my most would probably be around maybe 5,000, 4,500, somewhere in there, like you.
Yeah, I don't like to get too crazy with it. I have guys asking me, occasionally for, items that'll cost over $5,000, but I don't generally do that deal with them. I got a shop owner right now, and we've known each other for years, been doing business since day one. And they're asking me now for scanners. I would have no problem.
Yeah.
I have a relationship with them like I have with Cass. Your credit is good with me. You've got the Coil Tools Black Card. Whatever you want, I will get it for you. We make that happen. That's not even a question. But that's only a handful of customers. Everyone else is going to keep, I don't know, normal balances under $1,000 or whatever, around $500, and most people have a balance of around a couple $100, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, fresh off the loss of USC to Utah in college football, the man who needs a hug the most out of all of us tonight, Power Stroke Jude.
What's up, Jude?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Hey,
I'll
man.
give you this. You're still repping the hat, and you gave the victory sign, so you're a true fan, man.
And
Whether you like it or not tonight, how bad it hurts or not, you're a true fan. I appreciate that.
I gotta stick with it, man. Gotta.
Yep.
It's all right.
Awesome.
It's all right. Next year, always let like every other team but one every year. There's always next year.
Yeah.
And
So
it
we're
could
just
be worse.
chatting. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
So how's everyone doing today?
Good, I guess.
Good.
Yeah.
Shoot, you guys are pretty deep in right now, and you still got like 45, 50 people watching.
I know.
Oh man,
I
damn,
know.
Lindsay, you're popular.
Well, we nailed what we had to do in the first hour. That was good. We talked about the process we're going to use to do the drawing, and I just we did a little mock up there and showed people what it's going to look like. It looks like it'll be pretty manageable, and it'll be fun. So we'll do that next Friday, and then we just kind of free-formed it after that. So guys have been posing some really good questions in the chat, and we've just been kind of chit-chatting. Right now we're on tool truck balances and what the largest balance we ever kept on tool trucks is.
Me?
And
I don't know if the most money I've ever taken out on the truck account before is. I know what the most I ever took out on a credit account was. Don't know what the most was. And yes, to tell you the truth, I have had credit before on a credit account, but I paid it off ridiculously fast just because I didn't want to pay all the interest on there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. It probably around a couple $1,000 is the most I've ever put on a truck account before, and I was probably making $500 a week payments.
Wow.
That would be my guess. Not 100% sure on that. I have to think about it because a lot of times you got to throw a big down payment at something. Just like if you buy a house or a car, you don't want to walk in there just nothing down.
Well, when I first time I met Roscoe, I was a walk-on his truck. I never met him before, and I bought a torque angle torque wrench, and I bought a few things on his truck, and I couldn't ask him for a truck account. I never met the guy, and a few weeks later, I called him and said if I could go meet up with him again. And he's like, man, I respect what you do, man. He's like, you can get a truck account. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, just give me a good amount down. So I probably bought about $1,500 in tools, and I gave him $500, and I paid it off quick. But I just wanted to earn his trust, and now I'm pretty sure if he was on here, he'd say like what Lindsay just said. I've got the Roscoe paid off black card. I wouldn't take advantage of that. Because I hate all kinds of debt, but I think if I was in a bind and needed something, Roscoe wouldn't hesitate to let me put it on a truck account.
Yeah, and that works. If you have not to go bragging on myself, but if you have a really good tool guy like me, then you'll get approached with someone like Robert, that Cass and I know really well. He asked me a few years ago, he says, man, I'm in a bind. Can you help me out? I said, wow, what do you got? He said he had to replace a transmission in his dad's truck and he had a $3,000 loan. Could I help him? Yes, because it's Robert. Yeah, I will give you a $3,000 check and we'll work out a payment plan. And we did. And he was absolutely true to his word on that. It worked out perfectly. It's just one way that I found myself in a position where I could help somebody who needed it, and I was happy to do it. And
I don't like borrow money because unfortunately you have to pay it back.
Man, I had a friend that had a struggling cornhole franchise, and he was getting ready to give it up. And eventually he ended up giving it up, but it ended up being about 3-4 years later. But he was struggling, and he didn't have a lot of money to get some tools. And I actually loaned him money so he could buy a bunch of tools, fill up his truck, not fill it up, but put some tools on his truck to give some people, reason to get on. And it helped him out a little bit. So I was pretty stoked about that. And he paid me back quick, man. No hesitation either. He paid me back as soon as he could.
Yeah, I'm like really
keep him
bad
in
about,
business though.
Yeah.
I'm really bad about loaning people money.
Dude.
I really don't like loaning money out because I've had bad experiences with it. Yeah, I've also had good experiences. You know, the one guy I thought would never pay me back money I loaned him, he called me up one day. He's like, "Hey, I need to borrow X amount of dollars," and I was like, "Ugh. Okay." He gave me a time. He's like, "I'm gonna have it paid off in 10 days." And he goes, "I just need to,
Need it today, right?
just need it today." And I'm like, "All right, well, I can help you out." So I did it, and he paid me off in half the time. I was like,
What?
Yeah, like he called me up like, I mean, he needed it for 10 days. He needed money for 10 days. He's gonna pay me back.
His horse came in, huh?
Yeah. No, he was waiting on getting paid on a job, but he had to complete the job and he was just a little short on cash and he needed to do it. So he called me the second he had the job done and got paid, and he came over and paid me. And he tried to give me a tip and he took me to dinner. I'm like, just pay me what you owe me, man. I don't want to loan you money next week.
Well, Quick Rent says that he's walked off Mac and Snap-on trucks with thousands in one visit on truck credit, never been questioned, but always pay and pay off quick. And I think that's the trick, Quick Wrench. The tool guy will love you till the day you die if you take care of your debt, and he knows that you take it seriously, and he knows that you're willing to work at getting it paid down. And there's nothing you guys can't do together if that's the case.
I'll just say this, like Lindsay, if I'm going to buy something from you, what do I normally do? I go in there with cash in hand. I go, what's the best deal I can get on this?
Yes.
Like I'm not looking to make payments. I just need to.
That's the way to get the best deals.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, like I'm a cash buyer. I want to pay for it right away and get it done. I hate making payments. God, it drives me insane.
Hey, you guys
Sorry, Tyler, I don't have a compound turbo setup, but I know a guy that might.
You don't have one yet.
Yeah.
Mark or Liz, you guys ever have a customer like this who and this is a guy at our shop, man. It's funny. He gets like his Cornwall, his Mac, his gear wrench, his Snap-on stuff, all that nice stuff that he gets, and his handles of his ratchets, he wraps with like packing tape. It's clear tape, but he wraps it because he doesn't want to get his tools dirty. And I think it's hilarious. The same thing with like the cones on his impacts. And he was on Roscoe's truck the other day, and he was looking. I don't know what tool he was looking at. I think it was like a 3/8 impact or something like that. And he was trying to pick one up, and the one that was on display was the green one, I think, and he wanted the green one, but it was the only green one Roscoe had on the truck. And people had been looking at it, and it literally had a scratch on it where it was visible, but it was, cosmetic 100%. So he was asking Roscoe if he had another one. And Roscoe was like, "Oh, no, it's the only." Oh, it was an air hammer. I'm sorry, it was an air hammer. And Roscoe's like, "No, I'm sorry, man, I don't. That's the only one I got." He's like, "Oh man," he's all, "Can you what can you get me another one?" And he's like, "Well, what if I knock out $40 off the price?" And we're talking about a minute, tiny little scratch. And the dude was like, "No, man, I'd rather get a new one." I was like, "What's wrong with you, man?" I couldn't believe it. I was just like, wow. And at least that I witnessed this. I was like, dude, you know what that means, Roscoe? I'm going to look for all the tools with scratches, man. Try to get $40 off.
Sure, why not, right?
Some people just like to be the first one to scratch it.
Nothing wrong with it. And there's some stuff that
he won't buy a tool if it doesn't have the box. Like if it's a display tool, he won't buy it if Gabe, Roscoe, or Harry don't have the box.
Well, some people are like that. They want it new. They want the pleasure of opening the box. They take the wrapping off. I mean, it's they enjoy that. That's part of the experience.
Yes,
I'm going to try to take some pictures of his top of his cart on on Monday, and I'll share them with you guys. It's just blows up when you see the stuff that he has wrapped up.
You never know. He might have the plastic over his furniture and his couch at home.
Yeah, he probably does, huh? That's funny.
Yeah, Raging. You can get some good scratch and dent deals. You can also like old inventory is another thing where the tool guy's going to be motivated to get rid of it. And it happened to me last night. A guy saw something on the shelf that occasionally people pick it up and look at it, but they always put it back down again. And it was one of those things where I decided to buy it, I think, a year ago. And I said, I will put these in the truck and see how well they do. Not well, right? So I'm like, God. So one guy saw it last night, goes, oh, how much for this? And I think I don't remember what my cost was on it, but I think that the price was like $75. It wasn't big. He says, how about we do 60 cash? And I'm like, well, and I looked up my cost real quick and I said, yep, let's just get this thing off the truck. I was tired.
You get all excited.
No, I didn't want him to know how happy I was.
Yeah. You see him pick it up, and you start to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, at that point, I didn't care. I don't want to take a loss on it, but whatever. As long as we can get to, we're not lower than what it cost me. It's yours.
That's funny.
And then going back to the truck credit conversation, Quick Rent says you can do it with someone you feel or know you can trust, like Cass. Not talking about the guy who doesn't have $20 this week. That's exactly right. And the sooner you can really get to know your customers as a tool guy, the better off you're going to be, that you're going to avoid some of the deals that burn other tool guys. Where I've known tool guys that got scalded in selling big ticket items to guys who couldn't pay for it before they had a really good relationship with them, before they knew the customers, and it burned them. And you will get yourself in a lot of trouble as a tool guy if that happens.
I trip out, man. Harry, our Macro guy, he comes on Fridays. So last week being Thanksgiving, a lot of shops were going to be closed on Fridays. So he had to run almost like a promotion or marketing gimmick to get people to make their weekly payment, where he said, if you set up a scheduled payment for this week, you get a raffle ticket. And you get a chance to win this bump box. And the bump box was huge. And I mean,
those are nice. Yeah,
it was a Macro. At first, I thought he was talking about the little small pager ones because I have one of those. And I told him, well, dude, run my payment anyway. So he gave me a ticket. I'm like, well, you're going to run my payment. Go ahead. And he gave me a ticket. And that's when I found out about the price, because he gave me a ticket. I'm like, what's it for? And he showed me. And he only had 7, 8, 10, 15 maybe tickets in there. And I'm like, really? You're giving is even with this promotion, people are just like all stoked that they get out of 1 week of paying their bill. I don't get it. And then he had to up the ante or entice someone a little bit more. He's like, if you made $100 payment, you got 10 tickets. So this is on. He comes to our shop on Friday. So I'm looking at that, and I'm like, he's not going to see anyone else, because we're his last stop on Friday. He's not going to see anyone else. The only people that were eligible were Thursday and Friday customers, because those are the days he wasn't going to show up. So I'm like, he's not going to see anyone else, because next Thursday's Thanksgiving, and there's 15 tickets in there. I said, shoot, here, you double my payment. Take $100 next week. He's like, all right, cool. So I guess what Harry walks into my shop with today. I walked in, I said, no way. And I thought he was going to give the small one. And when I saw the big giant one, I was like, dude, I won. He's like, yeah. He's like, how could you not? Dude, you had half the tickets. I was like, that's right.
Is everybody just paying him cash all the time?
I guess on Thursdays and Fridays. I don't know. I guess.
I mean, that's very strange. I
pay him with my card.
Majority of my guys, I would say 80% of my guys, 90% pay cards.
Oh yeah, and of those, most of them make their payments on Friday.
I collect a lot of money on Friday and Saturdays, just because everyone's like, run my payment Saturday morning.
Yeah, after they get paid Friday
night,
right?
Or run my payment Thursday. So
that makes sense. But yeah, I guess. But and he's been this bump box has been. It was on his truck for a long time. And he was trying to do another raffle, like he was pairing it off with a Yeti, but I guess people really weren't buying into it. He told me, he's like, dude, it looks dirty a little bit. He's all, because people grab it and look at it all the time. I said, dude, I can wipe all that down. I ain't worried about it. came with a mic for like karaoke. It's a Bluetooth thing. I don't think it has radio. It's just like Bluetooth and karaoke and stuff like that. But shoot, man, I was pretty stoked.
Yeah, I don't enter in a lot of contests just because.
This wasn't anything different than paying my bill. All I did was just give him $50 more than I would normally
You're
give him.
doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I did what I was supposed to do, and it. Yeah, so it's not like I was buying something or to try to get a raffle. All I did was just give him an extra $50 on my payment.
And JWC Tech says most of the tool truck items he sells on his eBay store have minor scratches or the plastic wrap and has a rip. His buddy says it's hard to sell the items with any damage, and he says, bring it. Yeah, it's funny what if you're able to offer a discount, do it. The thing is, if it's money that as a dealer you already sunk, if it's an item that as a dealer already sunk money into, it hurts to try to let that stuff go for too big a discount. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, and if you got to move it, just move it. And move on. You already took the hit when you bought the item in the first place and stuck it in inventory.
My favorite is the name your price one.
I like being able to do those.
I think you know what? It's so intimidating because you're like, I need to give, I need to be fair, the 4-letter word I don't like using, fair, with what I offer, because then if I screw it up, he's never gonna offer it again. So I always it's like almost like, I put it back on him like, well, Lizzie, what would you like to see? And he's like, I don't know, Cass, what would you like to pay? And then we go back and forth. And it's like, I triple dog dare you to give me a price. And I break down.
That when I have an item that I'm either just dying to get rid of or something that I got a promotional deal for that I can afford to move in the price. I'm sorry if you can hear the dog. She's going out of her mind because she has to come in. I'll do this name your price game, and the rules are very simple. As a customer, whatever number you say is the number you're going to buy that item for. That's it. But it will determine whether or not we ever play the game again. If you lowball me, fine. You say you want to buy a nickel. The rules are whatever you say. And I've only had one guy in all the time I've known, one guy lowballed the snot out of me. And I'm like, no, fine. It's the rules. I took the hit on this one. But every other time, I made money. It's all right.
I mean, I bought probably $2,000 worth of Mac tools from Lindsay for $150. I mean, Lindsay was like, "Would you do 150?" And I was like, "Are you sure?" Like, yeah. And I was just like, "Oh my gosh, he won't be here tomorrow. I'll never see him again."
Whoever in that game, or even if it's not like just the name your price game, but like in the bartering game or going back and forth with it, whoever throws out the first number, I think, is at the disadvantage. I think you all the tool dealer always wants someone to offer a price, but the person buying always wants to hear what they want for it first.
You want to hear a bargaining tactic I have?
Yeah,
especially with buying new stuff, right? So if I go in to buy something used, I usually go and look up and see what the value of it is. And I offer a quarter of what the value is. And you're going like, oh, you're really lowballing them on that. You're like, well, no, not all the time, because most of the time, if it's brand new, you're only going to get 50% of that value in the resale market, right? So if I'm buying a $100 hammer and it's used, it's only worth $50 in aftermarket retail, right? So if I'm gonna try to make money on this hammer, I need to make money. I need to make at least 20%. So I'm gonna offer a quarter of what it is, and then I'll work from there.
Yeah,
more times than not, it works every time.
Yeah. I've been happy with doing the name your price thing because no one wants to be the first one to say a number when you're negotiating. But the beauty of the name your pricing is there's not going to be a second number.
Yeah,
I think that's what kind of worries people is that the conscientious people don't want to lowball me, right? Because they know that they're going to get it for what they say. But I also wouldn't do it if I could stand losing, right? So, for example,
you couldn't take that hit, right?
I can't, right? So I'm not gonna risk that.
Yeah, but you're almost like like, hey, I'm gonna give you this, but then like now they're hook, line, and sinker. Like I got them hooked on the old chrome crack, and I'm gonna just keep on serving them up.
Hey, have you ever had someone say just say whatever that was? I'll give you $50. And you're like, all right, cool, $50. And they're going, here, just take 60, or like they after you accept their price, they feel bad. They're no, you take 60.
That may have been me. That may have been me.
I actually had a guy.
He really did.
I forgot I have a box on the bottom shelf and it's tucked away in the back. I forgot. I just got stuff in there. I don't even know where it came from. Right. So this guy goes down there and goes, oh, what's in here? And he starts rummaging through and he picks out a knife. And it was a Coast brand folding pocket knife. Very simple knife. I don't even know how much it cost. I don't know where I got it. I don't know what's in there, but it was new. It has lifetime warranty. I said, dude, name your price. Whatever you say. He says $40. But he said $40. I'm like, hold that thought. I went and just Googled it to see who else is selling them. Like everywhere I could find it was like $20. I'm like, I said, how about 20? I said, I don't want you to pay twice as much as that knife is worth anywhere else. I was like, yeah, okay, fine. So every now and then, I just want to make sure I'm not, taking advantage of anybody because neither of us know what something's worth.
One time I did a thing where you buy anything on the truck, you got a free T-shirt.
Wow.
And it was so funny. I think everybody bought $30 to $50 items.
Oh, that's all right then. I mean,
yeah, they were just I can't. I had one guy come on and he picked up, I can't remember what it was, like a $10 item. He's like, oh, that's not enough. And he kept looking.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Pat Paulson says they're doing a $150 purchase with 20% down on his Snappy truck for a bicycle. And they've only had one taker on it this week. Pat, do you usually have pretty good luck with raffles and drawings and things and promotional stuff like that? Because
the problem with his thing that he's pulling right there with the 20, it's the 20% down that's holding that contest back.
Mm.
It's the money
20% down of $150. That's like $30.
$30.
But that's the problem.
$30?
Think about it though. People, they're not. When you go out to the tool truck, a lot of people aren't expecting to buy anything. Majority, just going out to look around. And if something strikes them, then they're like, okay. But most of the time, they don't have a payment or their payment's scheduled for another time. Like I have most of my guys, like I said, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays that pay. So they might not have the cash on them. Or if they have a card, they don't want to run it because somebody else, their significant other, might see it.
Yeah.
Well, that violates, the judge jury rule there. Don't ever have a shared bank account with the spouse. You got to have your own money. That's what Judge Judy says. I'll live my life by that.
Lindsay, Mark, is cash king? Like, is there cash prices? Like most tow trucks usually it works that way.
Okay, I'm actually doing a video on this.
Oh, good.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
I want to tell you guys a funny story. When like I said, I was on Roscoe's truck as a walk-on. Now, I had been looking for tool dealers in general because I hadn't been on trucks in a while. I just been doing mostly mobile stuff and working with what I had. But I was like, it's time for me to start buying some new tools again. So I called some of my friends at a dealership I used to work at. And about a week, they didn't have a Snap-on dealer. And about a week later, one of my friends called me back and said, hey, man, we just got a dealer, man. And here's his number. So I called him up and I met him that week. I was like one of his first week customers or whatever. And Roscoe, he's pretty wet behind the ears, man, because I walk in and we're talking. I'm looking around. Like I said, I bought a torque wrench. And I told him, do you have cash prices, man? What are your cash prices on this stuff? He's like, oh, no, you can pay with card, too. He's like, I got a machine. He didn't even know what cash pricing meant. And I was like, oh, man. I thought that was pretty good.
Mark, what's your experience with that?
What does the cash pricing?
Cash pricing, yeah.
You usually, to get cash pricing, you really have to tell the guy up front that when a guy comes on the truck, if you're buying tools off the truck, you really need to let me know first. Because the first number I'm going to give you out of my mouth is financing it. Because people will come out and they're like, oh, that's too much. I can get it on the internet. Well, you didn't ask about buying off the internet.
Right.
You said nothing about that. Because if you're going to buy off the internet, most likely you can buy off your tool guy and pay the same price. Because you get a lot of these guys that are selling online, and I know what they're buying the stuff for, and I know what they're selling it for. And you're going to pay in full anyhow. Why don't you just pay in full to the tool guy? And you can probably end up with the same pricing.
2 weeks ago, a guy came on the truck and he asked, do you price match? I said, with who? And he said, Home Depot. I said, nope. I said, but what do you got? Right. Because let's see what you got.
Yeah, exactly.
So he was in the store and he took a picture of a display that had one, I think it was a 232 piece master set from Gear Wrench, the one that comes with a 3-drawer plastic thing, right?
Yep.
And I forget what the price was on it. He says, how about this price? And I looked at my cost, and I think my cost was $15 less. So I said, can you pay for it at once? I'm already coming to the shop, right? It doesn't matter to me. You know, if I add that on to my next order from my distributor, it's going to come with everything else. So I'm not paying more for it. He says, yeah, I can do that. He says, I'd rather support you than Home Depot. I'm like, great. So I got it comes in. I made $15. Can I do that for everything? No, because that's a paper thin margin.
Yeah,
but I could do it that time.
You made $15.
Yeah, I made $15 with doing zero work. So it worked that one time. It doesn't work often, but when it does, it works out for everybody.
Yes. And usually, what happens with guys that are selling online is they're going for volume.
Yes,
that's all it is. They just
100%.
have tool trucks have X amount of guys that they see. Online guys have a bigger X amount of guys. They just don't see them.
Right. If you're selling an item and you make a $1 profit, if you sell 1,000 of those a week in your online store, you're making $1,000 a week on one item, right?
Yeah.
How many am I going to sell a week? 2. I mean.
Hey, Lindsay, Tyler has a question.
Yeah. Well, all 3 parties are involved right now. Yes, Tyler, I do still have that on the truck.
Does he want them?
He was looking through them last week.
Oh, is Tyler one of your customers?
Yeah.
Do you have a name your price for that one? Can we name your price?
We can. I have to talk to you about that first, though.
No. I'm going to see if he's going to offer a price. We'll see.
Well,
we can do this. We can do this live right now.
Live on
live. Name your price.
Coil tools after
name
dark.
your price.
Name your price.
Live. Name your price.
What's in the gold snappy box?
It's not in it anymore. There's like 500 drill bits in this box.
Okay. Just random sizes.
They're larger, I think, if I remember right.
$350 for the box of drill bits.
$350. Where's the decimal point?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I didn't make sure.
Tyler's never playing a game again.
No. I just need to make sure. I may have some other stuff for sale. Just depends on what we got here.
Yeah. Hey, maybe I could work a deal if I throw in a Texas Twister.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna put my reply in the.
All right. While you're doing that, Larry B. Hey, Larry, how you doing? He's another customer of mine who now works for Capital Metro.
Oh,
He's
Larry,
going through his training period there, learning the ropes.
Damn it.
Good to see you, Larry. And Larry is also entered into the drawing for next week. So.
All right, here, hold on a second. Lindsay, I'm gonna write down a number.
Oh.
You can only show it to Tyler. I had a pen.
And the 50 people that are watching.
And the 50 people that are watching. Since he's my neighbor, I'm going to give him a special price.
It's on the internet, so it's just between you and me.
Special price. Yeah, internet pricing. Here you go, Tyler. Internet pricing. Hold on.
There you go.
You ready, Brett? Are we
You're
ready?
I can't see it. It's overexposed.
Can't see it.
Oh, up. Go up. Up.
Up.
Right there.
There you go.
$0.
$0.
Or is that a giant dollar sign orbiting the planet Earth?
Either way.
Couldn't tell.
So make sure he takes the whole box off there because I'm tired of tripping over the goddamn drill bits.
All right, Tyler, that's up to you. You want the whole thing for free?
You can't. Here's the deal. You got to take the whole thing.
You got to take the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
You can't just pick and choose. You have the whole thing.
free 90 free.
Free 90 free. Since he's right down the street, I got to help my neighbor out.
Yeah. We're all in the same neighborhood. And Larry asked if we ever sleep.
I think he's overrated.
For about 4 hours on Tuesdays.
Oh, we've got the marathon live session. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I got to go to work in the morning, too. That sucks.
Yeah, I got to work tomorrow too.
My boss is a real asshole. That's all I'm saying.
I know him. I'll put in a good word for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, Quick Wrench
Yeah,
has a
but you
name for
live
your
further
Texas
away, Joe
Twister.
Mama. What's that?
Quick Wrench has a name for your Texas Twister, the Texas Pisser.
Hey, look, the first time somebody tries to rob me and I beat him to death with a Texas Twister, y'all are all going to think, oh.
I've sold a couple of those.
Were they happy with him?
They never said.
No.
So for me, it's a good tool to sell because I don't warranty it.
Well, here's the deal. So I bought it off the Mac guy, but I think I bought it for not a lot. I mean, I didn't pay full price. I don't think I paid 50%. I think I paid 30%.
Yeah.
So I mean, I only threw away $100, not $300.
Is that what they cost?
$400. They're not cheap.
No, they're not cheap.
No, they're not cheap at all. But it must be a good tool because it doesn't break.
Because it doesn't get used.
Yeah, you can't break what you don't use.
Yeah, I've never seen a tool break from dust.
Doesn't break.
In the last 2 years, I've seen. Well, I've talked to Cass, and I've seen 3 or 4 other people, or 5 maybe, have that in their video of the 10 worst tools I ever bought.
Oh.
And that's the one tool that's always there. Brooke did that the other on her Text Talking Shop video. She talked about the Texas Twister.
Did she? What one was that on? Was that her going up stress?
No, that was maybe a month before that or 2 months before that.
Oh, okay. I didn't see
I
that
don't
one.
know
Okay.
what the topic was.
Yeah, I think everybody was making fun of me in the comments about that one too.
Which that was a good topic
is,
that she talked about on the Text Talking Shop one when she talked about stress in the workplace.
The funny thing
Oh,
is, though,
that was a
Cash,
good
you
topic.
must have thought it was going to work on something.
Sure. I don't know.
I mean, you bought it.
It was going to work on something.
You bought it. You had to think it's going to work on something.
You ever buy something because the deal is too good to pass up? And then you get it, you're like, what am I going to do with this?
What am I going to do with it?
I don't really see practical need for this. I just, Oh, Joey Preciado's in the
Joey
chat.
Preciado.
Oh, she's giving me shit.
Oh, here he comes, rubbing it in. Man.
Hey, at least your team played for the Pac-12 championship, Jude.
Yeah,
His team only played for the toilet bowl.
that's true. What's up, Joey?
Joey P.
Hey, what happened to your avatar, dude? Where's
He was
Preciado-
supposed to.
Preciado
He
Pistol?
said he had to go to bed because he had to go boot shopping in the morning or something. He was messaging me earlier.
Best in the country.
Well,
Utah.
about best in the country. We have to let that one play out first. But
Best in the Pac-12.
Tonight
I'll give him that.
in the state of Nevada.
Yeah, replay that game tomorrow and see who wins. Man, we got a good crew on tonight in the chat. This is great to see these folks. It's nice to see Tyler and Larry and Sammy's hanging around for a good long time. I love it. Daniel's here. Thanks everyone for popping on.
How many people you got on?
What's up, Sergio?
How many people are on right now? I can't.
45.
45?
Quick Ridge, Pat Paulson,
We're 3 hours in.
Martinez.
Well, self-promotion. Any of you 45 people, I've got a Mid-Atlantic Tools. Go give me a like. Give me a follow.
Please do. Plug your channel.
No. Whatever you do, don't go to my channel because I'm not posting anything anytime soon.
Yeah, Mark's channel is Mid-Atlantic Tools. Jude's channel is Power Stroke Jude.
Thanks for the plug on Sunday too. I watched. I haven't commented yet, but I did watch the full thing.
On which one?
Your video this week. I watched the whole thing. I probably was watching it on my TV. That's why I didn't comment. But I watched the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Now, sometime if I have to make up videos because in January of next year, I'll be getting a knee replacement. So I'm going to be out for like 6 to 8 weeks.
Have to shoot them now and schedule them to run then.
Oh, I'm already scheduling guys.
Well, Sergio loves your channel, Mark. He subscribed to you.
Yeah, Sergio is always on there. He always comments.
Good.
Yeah.
It's fun to see your regular viewers regularly commenting, and there's some guys that I look forward to them saying hi. And
yep.
And I've come a long way, man. From when I used to comment on Lindsay's video, and I'd be all stoked when I got a comment back, to now I'm chilling with him on a live stream like 3 times a week.
Oh man. I remember my first live stream. I was so nervous on there. I was like,
you did, dude. Yeah. You just like you were just like this. Like you just sat there. You were like it was for not even just that first live stream, man. It was for like a couple of weeks, man. You were just like real quiet, just sitting there.
We have the same in our house. It's rather people, keep your mouth shut. People assume you're an idiot, then open up your mouth and take away all doubt.
But it's one of those things where we make videos. It's, you can always just stop and do it another take and, edit it, figure it out, whatever you got to do.
We were only one take the day you filmed with the old shop.
How many what?
We were only one take the day that you filmed at the old shop.
Oh, the old shop. Well, I mean,
it was too cold. We were going to die. And
I was not going to reshoot any of that. There's no way. One and done.
Would have been popsicles.
Yeah. But when you're doing live streams, it's altogether different, of course. And I still get a little nervous doing it because you want people to show up, you want people to be active in the chat, you want there to be a really productive back and forth, and you want people to join you on the chat and I would join you in the like you guys are on the panel, and that's it's a ton of fun when it works. But yeah, there's always that little bit of nerves that go to say, I hope it works tonight.
Oh, I don't worry about stuff.
It's easier to talk on a live stream than it is to just a camera.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. Because you got to
especially when people are like watching. That's the most awkward thing when you're doing like a vlog style and you're in public and people are looking at you like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? He's talking at a camera set up like he's like nobody else is around. You're just sitting there and you're like talking and then your eyes start to move over towards the people. And then they turn it from just watching to like gawking. They're like, and then they start acting up and then you're like, oh man, hold on, let me turn this thing off and throw some shit at them real quick.
But I know one time I was shooting I was going to shoot a really quick video. And for some reason, I don't remember why my parents were over the house. And I was up against scheduling. I said, I hope you don't mind. I got to shoot this video real quick. And they're like, no, go ahead. My mom says, I'll watch. You know how nervous I felt when we're sitting in the room as I'm shooting a video? It was weird. I was shooting videos for years, right? I have performed on stage in my past. And yet my mom is sitting here, and I felt weird and tongue tied. I'm like, I couldn't do it. Like, that's strange. Just had that weird effect on me.
I still,
I can see that.
I made 50 videos and I'm still not getting the hang of it.
I made a bunch of videos. I just
Good
took all my videos
job, man.
off my channel. I just have a few on there right now.
Hey, a quick wrench. Thanks for those nice words, dude. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Larry.
I'm gonna keep trying to put them up.
So Sergio goes, that's why I just started filming on my thoughts on my way home. Oh, well, if I did that, I'd have like an X-rated channel because number one, I'd be cussing the traffic, and two, I'd be cussing everybody that I interacted with that day.
Well, Pat suggests I just stop making OnlyFans content in front of my mom. That's just good advice. Lesson learned.
Well, see, the deal is she gets a discount because that's his OnlyFans. Oh, come on.
Well, Sergio says that's why I started filming my thoughts on the way home. You know, there's a therapeutic value to that. And, you know, back in the day when people used to write diaries and keep journals, maybe people still do. I don't know. I did years ago. It's a really good way to organize your thoughts. I thought anyway. I felt like I was better in conversations. I could figure things out better that way. I just had it was a nicer way to sort of keep myself organized, you know, internally, so I sounded more, I guess, organized and put together when I was having a conversation about something. So yeah, I kind of like doing that myself.
I tried a couple times to write, you know, start a journal, and everything. I'd end up with just pages of boobs, you know, just drawing boobies.
There's nothing wrong with that.
lose track, get bored.
Oh man!
I learned today that booby trap spelled backwards is party boob.
Party boob, huh? Nice.
Yep.
Who told you that one?
I wasn't told that. I read that somewhere. I forget.
No.
Yeah.
It's not quite an anagram.
No.
Isn't that what it is?
I don't know what it means. I don't know.
And then when it's spelled backwards, it's the same thing, like race car.
Race car spelled backwards is also rate. Oh my God, it is.
Radar.
Right. Yeah.
Civic. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Race car is way more impressive. Race car is 2 words, way multiple.
It's 2 syllables, you know.
Yeah.
Race car.
They both rhyme. They're verbs.
Palindrome. That's what
Palindrome.
It is.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. Yep.
It's good.
Thanks,
we got
Pat.
the intellectual heavyweight here, and that's nice.
I am not. I am a simpleton.
That's keeping it all down for us.
Yeah. You gotta worry
Lindsay,
about
are you going to any tool shows coming up?
No, I have nothing on my schedule.
Nothing. Are you
No.
planning on it next year? Or?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about tool shows. It's nice to get away, right? I don't mind taking a long weekend, going away somewhere, especially if it's in Florida. Kathy's got family there that we meet up with and spend a day with, so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But as far as finding value at the shows, it would be, I think, more valuable to me if I went there and bought in any real volume, but I don't really.
Yeah.
And I found that one thing that made me kind of mad after one of the first tool shows I went to was I bought a bunch of Milwaukee stuff I knew would be popular. But what really ticked me off was in the flyer that so when you go to the tool shows, you go, well, the ones I would go to were in July. And if you buy products that aren't current in the lineup, like Milwaukee, they'll ship them in November timeframe, right? So you buy them, you got to wait, they ship them, then you get them in. So I buy in July, waiting for October. But here's the problem. The flyer that came out in September, that was good through September, October, or
Had
rather,
the same deal.
Better deals, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Right? Because they had things like buy this 1/2" 3/8 impact kit, get a free drill or free battery, your choice. I'm like, I couldn't get that good deal at the tool show. So
That's why I don't
problem.
buy Milwaukee at the tool show.
Now I'm saddled with all this Milwaukee inventory, right? And people want the deal that they're going to buy out of the flyer, but I can't sell what I got in inventory because it's not the deal that's in the flyer.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, I just got to sit here and wait. So I sat on inventory for a long time that I spent a lot of money on, many thousands of dollars, and I was bummed out about that. It was not easy to get over that financial hump because of it. So I look for other deals in other areas, things like lighting. If you can get like a bundle deal on Stream Lights or Coast Lights or whatever, things like that. I tend to do, but then even then, it's not such a significant difference that it's worth the cost and the time to go to the show to get.
Yeah.
Did you
How
guys
about
do
you?
a lot of Monster mobile tools?
What's that about Monster?
Did you guys sell a lot of that?
Yeah, that was a good brand.
I didn't sell a lot of it.
No.
Mostly some of the lights, the underhood lights I sold, and the little stick lights they had. But other than that, I didn't really sell much of Monster. But yeah, I'm probably going to go to either the Medco show or the ISN show. I'm not sure which one yet.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they're both in Florida.
Okay. Where does Medco usually have theirs?
Well, Medco actually, their new one, the next one's going to be in North Carolina.
Okay.
So ISN is definitely in Florida. And I
You got a
believe
video or two, don't you, at a tool show, don't you?
I believe there might be one in Texas.
Oh.
Yes.
Where in Texas?
I'm not sure.
Okay, because there's
It's either
varying
Texas
degrees of-
or I can't think of the
Nevada.
I don't know. It's right down there along the Gulf. I can't. One of the states, maybe. So,
Well, JWC Tech says if you have the extra money, tool shows where he's found some of his best connections. Got to be stacked ready to buy if you want the best deals. Yeah, that's true. And you have to be able to be prepared to buy in volume. I think that's where you're going to find your best discounts.
Hey,
The nice thing about the ISN show, and I don't know how Medco does this, but you go to the ISN show and you go to a vendor booth, and let's say Milwaukee's another good example. For every $1,000 you buy, they will give you in cash $100. So you're getting a 10% discount on your purchase.
10%. Yeah.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And you're getting it in cash. And you're not spending that money right away because they're not going to bill you until the stuff ships, right? So you have cash in hand, and you're not going to be laying out the payments for your tool show bill until you get the stuff shipped to you anyway, and then they can put you on a plan 30, 60, or 90 days to pay it off. And it can be pretty good if you can manage that properly. But it's they'll screw up the billing on these things. Sometimes they bill us right away. I'm like, this isn't due for another, whenever. Or we haven't received it yet. But so then that's something that Kathy takes care of all the vendor relations with the business. So that means she's now talking on the phone to our vendor rep and their accounting people, trying to get the orders figured out. And good luck when you go to a tool show buying a lot of stuff, figuring out what is in what order. Good luck, So she spends the time doing that. So there's a lot of headaches that go along with buying at tool shows if things don't go right. So it's just that's stuff we got to figure out and deal with.
Question for JWC Tech. I mean, you always talking about deals on all the live streams. Is that what you do? Do you sell tools also? I know you've talked about an eBay store, and I think you've told me about selling at, I don't want to call it a swap meet, but something similar to that. Is that your profession? You sell tools as well, man? He's always got an idea of where the deals are.
Yeah. I think, now I can't remember because now I feel embarrassed because I think he mentioned it once that I saw anyway. I can't remember. Oh, Biggie Fitz, have a good night, buddy. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Please say you'll stop in next week for the drawing. That'll be a ton of fun. We're going to do the drawing at 9:30, but we'll start the live stream a little bit earlier just to get people on.
What time are you planning on starting it?
I'll probably start around 9:15. Just to let people log in and get settled in, and then.
Is that your time?
Yes, Central Time. Sorry. Yep.
We're gonna tune in and see if Jude wins.
He doesn't have a ticket.
Not yet, but he might.
Well, he might. There's still time.
You got to play to win, right?
Yeah.
You do.
It's like the lottery. I'm never going to win the lottery.
No, and I was grateful to Theo from Country Mile Garage. He had me on his live stream a couple of weeks ago to plug the the promotion. And after that, I don't know if it's just a coincidence or because it was on his channel, but another 5 ticket sales for people across the country in different states. A bunch of guys bought more tickets, and I thought that was terrific. A terrific response. So I'm glad that people are getting
We could
involved.
road trip this out to them. Is what you're saying?
What's that?
If they win, we could road trip it out to them. Is what you're saying.
Well, like they could road trip it here to pick it up.
Either way. All right. So the easiest way to do this, I'm not suggesting everybody do this, but you could bulk ship stuff through Fastenal.
Through who?
Fastenal.
I didn't know that.
They have a bulk shipping department.
No kidding.
You can ship through there. Check into it. If you're curious, if you're living out of state and you want to figure out, you might want to look into shipping before you purchase a ticket, just in case you do win. That you can have your shipping figured out, but it's not that big a deal. I mean, there's ways to make it happen.
Well, even if you buy one ticket and you win and you pay for the shipping, it's still going to be a lot less than buying a new box.
Oh yeah.
Or buying that box aftermarket, or
buying that
third party or second party or whatever.
Oh shucks, you guys just reminded me. Hold on, somebody had a question a long time ago.
Galaxy.
I wanted to get to, and I think I forgot.
Ask it again.
Somebody asked, was it Chris Chambers? Yes. Chris, if you're still with us, I apologize. He asked the best way to buy a new or used toolbox. We've all got opinions on that. Cass, what do you think?
I like to buy used. I don't like to buy new. For several reasons, but I like not paying full price for it. And I like the ability to negotiate a better price with cash. But I have bought a new toolbox in the past. It's like buying a new car. It's gonna, I want to try to get the best deal I can get, but I don't want anything like brand spanking new because I won't take care of it like I should, and something will happen and it'll just get devalued. So why not start off with it already having a scratch or dent sale on it? So
now, would you restrict your choices to tool trucks, or would you look elsewhere too?
Well, first off, I'm going to buy what I want. I'm not just going to buy for what my budget fits necessarily, because if my budget's low, then I'm going to keep working and build my budget up. But I'm going to buy what I want, because if it's something I'm going to have forever or I'm going to have for a long time, then I'm going to make sure it's going to fit my budget and fit my needs. I'm not going to buy something that doesn't fit either one of those. Past that, I'm always looking for used. And if I bought it on Tool Truck, great. If I bought it somewhere else, then that's what it was too. The good thing about buying a toolbox off a tool truck is that the dealer has done all the homework. So if there's any money owed against that box by the previous owner, they have already found that out. And then that way, whenever you take ownership of it, it is 100% yours. And you're not paying you're paying somebody else for a box they never paid for. And then the tool company comes back and repossesses your box. So that's why I like buying stuff from you, because you go and run the serial numbers, you're like, aha.
Yeah, well, I know, and some guys don't do that. I know, but
I mean, that's just.
Dude, what about you? What are your toolbox buying philosophies like? New, used, truck, off the truck, somewhere else?
My toolboxes, I've always bought, but they were old now, but they were always the USA Craftsman stuff. My tool carts, that's the one that I've got to roll around the shop and beat up, and it's got to take a beating for sure. I've usually been off of a tool truck. I mean, I've had a Matco cart, a Cornwall cart. Now I've got a Snap-on cart. Mm-hmm. But my main box that I kind of just sits there is a Craftsman USA box.
Let me interrupt you to say goodnight. Let me interrupt you just to say goodnight to Sammy. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. I'll see you this week, and then we'll do the drawing next Friday. So good luck, and I will talk to you later. You have a good night.
I think if you're going to buy a toolbox off of the tool truck, being brand new, you buy the one that's in stock. Because most likely the guy bought it. Most tool dealers will buy toolboxes on deals to put on the truck.
Yeah, for sure. I know.
So they're usually cheaper than if you were to order one. It probably won't be as cheap.
Plus, if you my guess is I've seen people do this where there's a box on the truck, yet someone's kind of trying to build a box with the tool dealer, and the tool dealer he has incentive to cut him a deal because he wants to move the ones he's got. He doesn't want to have to order something else. So you can probably get a little bit better of a deal.
You'll get a little bit better of a deal, I think.
You will.
Anytime I put a toolbox on the truck, I spend as little as possible on that toolbox.
Oh yeah.
I've told Cass and Lindsay both this lots of times, but man, one of the toolboxes I saw on Lindsay's truck when I used to watch his channel, I so wish you would have let him take off that monster box and fill it up to see if his tools filled up. That would have been a viral video, man. That video would still be collecting views.
I would love to have done that. And that box was a steal. I didn't realize at the time it was a clearance price because Monster was going away. The problem is ISN never told us that Monster was going away. So I see this deal that is too good to be true in this box. I'm like, damn it. So I got the box and the hutch and everything. Yeah, we did that video with Cass at one time on the truck. And that was on the truck. And I'm sitting there bragging to everyone about the price. I had 6 other guys who wanted a setup like that. Right. And when I called my deal, like, oh, no, they're gone. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're gone. And then it's when they told me that they've been discontinued. I'm like, thanks for telling me ahead of time. If you're going to do a clearance price, at least tell us it's because it's going away. But that was a bummer. And Sergio asks, well, actually, JWC Tech says the best way to get a deal on a good toolbox is through Marketplace or someone just recently lost a job, upgraded, going to jail. People who are desperate to sell. People are desperate, especially guys who have to pay a lawyer for something. Well, you can make a heck of a deal on a toolbox.
Yeah, or if they own it.
But you got to make sure they own it because you don't want to be dealing with a hot commodity there. You got to,
it's actually like on the men. He's been ill. He hasn't worked for a few weeks, and he's looking to. First off, he put his toolbox on OfferUp. And he said he took it off like in 3 hours because it was just ridiculously stupid what they were offering him. So now I think he was going to try Marketplace, but it's because he needs some money to pay some bills.
Yep. And Sergio asked me and Mark if we sell toolboxes. I have access to a few different brands, Extreme and Homac and some other like carts and things, but I don't normally sell new ones. I don't stock a box on the truck. The bays where I would normally put a toolbox are taken up with other things. Today, where I have a toolbox that I'm, that's part of this that we're doing the giveaway on, I'll put that on the truck because I got to sell it, or I will happily take consignment toolboxes, or if someone's asking an affordable price on a used box, I will buy boxes used and put them on the truck. Mark, how about you?
I usually do not anymore. I mean, I can get toolboxes, but if you want a toolbox, you're paying for it in full. I'm not going to finance it. I don't need to sell toolboxes to keep my business alive. I mean, I know guys that have to sell a toolbox once a month to make ends meet. And I don't get into selling toolboxes.
Have either of you had a chance to see, or you too, Cass, I guess, the gear wrench toolboxes or tool carts?
Oh, yeah.
Not really. I mean, I've seen them in a catalog, but not up close.
Yeah, that's what I've been like up close. I've seen them on videos and stuff. I'm just curious as to because I know a guy who has their cart and he loves the cart, but it kind of blows my mind because the dude's really tall, kind of like you, Cass, and the cart looks kind of short, but he loves it nonetheless. But I was just curious just to see what your guys' thought on them more. I know Autobahn Dan. I don't know. You guys have probably heard of him. He's got a video on all the different socials showing he's like ripping tape off of the brand new gear wrench toolbox or something like that. It looks like a nice box.
And Quick Wrench says that he likes buying used. Always asks the dealers to keep eyes out for him. It's a good way to land a deal. It is if they're good about keeping you in mind when they're looking at a deal, because we all, as tool dealers, we all know someone's looking to sell a toolbox. And there's lots of guys. All right, here's a tip for selling a toolbox if you own one and want to get rid of it. Take all your tools out of it and put it on a tool truck and have that guy do it for you if he's willing to. No one is going to buy your toolbox if you tell the tool guy about it. He can't show it to anybody. Like that just doesn't work that way. If you put an ad in Facebook Marketplace or on Craigslist or something, then someone might go to the shop to look at your box. But make sure it's empty, make sure it's in good working condition, and that's clean. If you like, well, I'll tell people all the time, if I can sign a box, you put that thing on the truck. If I was a betting man, I bet it was gone within a week or two at the most, and usually that's true. When people see it on the truck, it's gone pretty quick. So,
John McKenzie's got a question for you, Lindsay.
John McKenzie. Oh, we saw the video on the Extreme RX 72. That was the black one with the red anodized pulls, I believe. And he's curious about freight inspection and getting off the pallet. Any tips? Cross your fingers and pray is one good approach. It's always a little dicey getting those things off the pallets. 2 reasons. One of them is the pallet will probably be a little bit damaged. And if it is, then it's not supporting the box the way it should. And it's difficult to roll them off the slats on the pallet if they're cracked or broken. The other is they put these little jack blocks under the toolbox to keep it off the casters. So you have to somehow remove those or knock the blocks out, and then the box might drop down, which isn't going to damage the box at all, but you could wind up having to slide off a slat, and now it's stuck, between the slats on the pallet. So my advice is, if you can get a bottle jack, a floor jack won't fit because you can't slide it up past the pallet. If you got a bottle jack the box up on one end, clear out the little jack blocks that they put onto there, and if you can cut the pallet out, do that, and then pull the pallet away, and then lower that side down all the way to the ground, jack up the other side, and do the same thing. That's probably the best way to get them off.
Which video was it you were struggling to put the top on? You had a video where I think you were by yourself. You were trying to put a
hutch on top of a box.
Yeah, that was the video.
Use your lift gate.
What's that?
Didn't you use your lift gate?
Oh, that was a Husky box. That was a Home Depot box. That was no. I wound up just lifting one end of it and sliding it up the box. That's an older video. Yeah, that was kind of funny. I found myself in a tougher position than I thought I would. Yeah, I bought a Husky. That was a deal where a guy had a classic 78 snap-on box. Excuse me. And he asked me if I would if he could do an even swap. If I bought him a new Husky box, would I take his classic 78 on even trade? The new Husky box cost $980, and I could buy it with my reseller account, so I didn't pay tax on it from Home Depot. And I took his classic 78 in trade, and I sold it for, I don't know, I think $1,800. It was a very good deal for me, and it was a good deal for him. And I told him that too. I said, "You realize that that's not a fair trade." I said, the box you're giving me is going to be worth more than the box you're getting. He says, "I know." He says, "But that way there's something on there for you to make a sale with and get some money out of." And to him it was all the same. So I thanked him very much and got a Husky box and made the video.
I see a Husky box on YouTube that a lot of people like. It's I think it's a double bank with a hutch and a side cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
And a few years ago, I think it's matte black. A few years ago, it was going for around $1,200. Now I think it's up to around $1,500, which is still a pretty good price for it. It's a pretty nice box. I've seen like Dale Lucid has one, Davian Martinez has one. That's just what I think of off the top of my head. But a few people that I know have that box.
I've seen a lot of techs with Husky boxes. Never seen one break or fail on them. They are not heavy duty by any stretch, but they're perfectly serviceable if you don't beat on them and overload the drawers and
overload them. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're
I know this guy who always talks about the Harbor Freight part that he had, and after 6 months that it was falling apart. I'm like, dude, what are you doing to a cart that is falling apart in 6 months?
That's
He's
a good
overloading
question.
it.
Especially a Harbor Freight one. The U.S. General ones are rather good as far as a cart goes. You can't buy
I
it. You
had
can't
I had one for 2 years, and it's still looks almost brand new. You know, if I wiped it down a little bit.
And I'll say this: the U.S. General ones are built rather well. They're not a light duty. I've seen lighter duty carts on tool trucks, and they have their new 6-drawer cart, which is an outstanding value. For $600, you're getting a 6-drawer cart, and they don't skimp on size. This thing is tall and it is wide. It's got a lot of capacity in it. It's a great tool. It's a great cart.
That toolbox. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
That and Cass, that Huss that U.S. General cart, the 6-drawer one, the full drawer one for like $600.
Yeah.
Would you buy that off the truck for like $750?
Yeah. Why
No.
not?
You wouldn't because you pay cash. But if you had to make payments,
Probably.
I know right there that if I ever had slides, or can you even get slides for those carts and stuff like that?
you could probably get slides most
Yeah,
likely.
because if I ever had anything that was wrong with it, I know that you or Lindsay are going to get them for me. You know, I don't have to.
But is the money too much though for that cart? If you
Not
had to
for
make
that.
payments,
I'll tell you, my friend Blaine's dad has that cart, that exact one he's talking about in orange, and Blaine has one that mirrors it, and it's in Snap-on. It's a Snap-on one. I mean, they are twins, other than the labeling and the. I mean, I don't know the thickness of the steel and all that. No, I'm sure that, but I'm just talking about looking at it from outside.
yes.
It mirrors it to a T. And Blaine even thinks that his dad's, although his dad's is brand new and his is a lot older, he says that it might even be, a little bit better than his. So I've seen them both up in person because I've got that cart in the Snap-on version, but it's just the 40-inch, not the other one. And Jim at our shop, he just picked up the same one, the 6-drawer U.S. General one, the green one, and it's not a bad cart, man. I mean, it's hard to say. Pay $750.
Are you saying it's worth $750 off the truck?
Yeah, I would say.
If that was my only option, I mean, like I'm kind of
to make payments. I understand if you pay cash, no, you would go.
You're at the seller's mercy at that point because you need to make payments. It's kind of one of those things like, hey, I need a cart or I need a box. This is what it costs. This is the best deal I can get. Is it the most top line cart? No, but is it serviceable? Yes. I'm at your mercy because you're selling it to me.
But it's a pretty fair price though, right?
I mean,
$750.
Not terrible. That's
for that size cart.
Yeah, what is that? If it's 600, 750 is 150 more. That would be 20% over. Is that right? Yeah. My math right? 25% over?
Well, yeah, about that.
Yeah, something like that.
I
had to take off one of my shoes to finish.
Yeah, 20% is 120.
Yeah.
So about 25, 26, yeah. Between 25 and 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing with those carts is they're very good, and I had been trying to scheme a way to see if I could, get them on the truck somehow. But I've always found it financially probably wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, we'll talk later.
Yeah, okay. I'm intrigued.
Mark's got a plan. He's like, I have something for you.
Yeah, I like.
All right, folks. Well, thanks for joining the chat. Well, we're gonna.
We gotta go. Call me. Oh, John, you're welcome. Ask more questions as he got them. You can always, drop me a note or leave a comment and on one of the other videos or whatever. I always read. I always see the comments. I don't always reply to all of them, but I always read them. So,
all right, guys, it's 1:45 here.
That's
So I'm
because
going
you're.
red.
That's because
You
you're
turn it into a pumpkin.
Pretty soon,
Okay.
or I'll just fall asleep on the stream.
I've done that before. They've
I
woken me
believe
up.
it.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to have you on. I really
All right,
appreciate it.
guys. Take it easy.
Fun
Have a
talking
good
to you,
See you,
night.
Mark.
Have a
See
good
you
night.
later, all.
Good night.
He's the nicest guy from New Jersey.
Yeah, he is nice. Very cool guy.
Yeah, he is. I'm so glad that he makes the time to join us, and he's got such. I mean, he's been doing it 20 years, so he's got a ton of good experience, and I learned a lot from him.
He's just like dealing with you. I mean, he's just easy, laid back. I like Mark. He's cool.
Yeah.
Dude.
Those are the guys I like.
Yeah.
They don't have to put pressure on themselves. He knows the business well enough to know. Yeah, there'll be business for him tomorrow. He doesn't have to worry about selling something today. He'd rather help somebody out.
What he was talking about, I always wondered. I mean, you couldn't. Well, I'm sure not everyone and their mom, maybe everyone and their mom knows about it, but I mean, go on Prime Day and get like that killer ratchet set that they have for like $120, and you just hold on to them. I mean, grab a few sets and hold on to them until Prime Day's, Prime Day's been gone for a few weeks or whatever, and then throw them on the truck at what you normally sell them for, or even a little bit less, but you're still making some good money. Is that like frowned upon in your guys' business?
I don't say it's frowned upon. It's just you have to be careful in how you make your money in this business. You can't, like a lot of people will tell me, "Oh, I found this great deal. You should buy them from this place that I bought them from." And then you mark it up 20%. I'm like, well, I'm paying full retail and I'm making way less than my normal profit margin. That makes zero financial sense for me.
Now, what you don't know is what I pay for this shit.
That's right. And you don't know what margin I have to hit in order to make a living at this, and that's, so what looks good to the consumer might not look good at all to the retailer. So you just have to be careful the kind of deals you're entering into. And I make sure that when I go into a consignment deal with somebody, I tell them that I can offer them a trade-in value it's usually a toolbox. I can offer you trade-in value for the box. I cannot offer you fair market value because I have to make money and I can't sell it for more than a fair market value. So there has to be enough money built into that difference to make it worth my while and for me to take the financial risk to finance it to somebody. And when I tell people that, they understand. And I will always say you will make more money on the sale of this box if you sold it privately. You want to do that? You go right ahead. I will not begrudge you for doing that. But just know this: if we put it on my truck, it'll be gone within a couple of weeks, and you will get your money, and you will have to do nothing to try to get that money. I will hand you an envelope with cash in it, and that's usually sells them on the idea of me consigning the box for them. And so far it's always worked out.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right, Larry. I'll make sure I see you next week. We'll talk about moving your cart. I like that. Yeah, it's fun to get the reputation too of
what kind of
being
cart
able
does
to
he
sell
have?
boxes and carts and stuff.
What kind of cart does he have? I look forward to that because now I know I'm going to get a video on you going over that cart.
I will. Larry, which cart is that? Is that the one you had? He used to work for one of the sanitation companies, and I just went to Capital Metro, so I'm not sure which cart he brought with him. Yeah, which one is that, Larry? But it's fun to sell stuff for people. It's the stuff never lasts very long on a tool truck, so just give money to somebody as soon as you can, and it's good to have the reputation too, because there's guys talking chops. Someone will say, have Lindsay do it for you, and sure enough, it's a good supply of used carts and boxes, because buying them new, they're all expensive now. But I think gone are the days when you could find a pretty good deal on a new box somewhere. Even the online retailers' prices are high. The boxes I used to sell that I thought were pretty competitively priced are now priced just like everyone else's is. So those are kind of out of the realm of possibility for me now. Which is, like Mark said, we don't make our living selling toolboxes, so it's fine. I am fine if I never sell another toolbox, but it's nice to get them in.
Lindsay, I know Cass, you've said you bought from him when he sold Mac. But so I know you were on his route, but is your route essentially the same as it was when you were a Mac dealer?
No, it's changed a lot.
Has it changed?
The reason why is because when you work for a franchise, you are contractually bound to a particular area. You can't get out of that area. As an independent guy, I can go wherever I want. So when I shed my franchise, I started sort of scoping out shops that were just on the fringe of my Mac territory that I wanted to try, like some of the fleet and diesel shops. There's a Freightliner dealer, and then there was a Cummins dealer right across the street from them. They were about 2 blocks beyond where I could service. So there was another Mac guy servicing them. Okay. Well, as an independent guy, I just roll right in the shop and say, hey. And, the guy who was the Mac dealer is like, what are you doing here? I'm like, because I can. And then they had 5 tool trucks coming, including me. And there was, a good chunk of business for all of us. And then one thing leads to another where somebody might leave that shop and they'll say, hey, man, I'm going to this shop over here. Can you go there? Sure enough, I can, because I'm not restricted to where I can do business. So that kind of grows your area of operations to the point where now the area I cover is kind of large, and I really don't want it to get any bigger because it can be difficult to manage because it's a lot of road time. You got to burn a lot of fuel just in traveling, from one area to the next. So you try to group everything together, but you can't always do that. So you have to be careful about how you do it because it'll be expensive just in fuel, and travel time is expensive because it means I'm not at a shop selling tools.
No, that's true. Are you able to keep your old route though, or were you like? Did you have any kind of contract with Max saying like if you left us, you're not going to sell in this area anymore, or you can't for 1 year, 5 years or something?
You'll sign a non-compete agreement, and the terms of the agreement are I forget all the details, but it was in essence you can't do business within a certain radius of your old territory within 2 years of terminating a franchise. But non-compete agreements have to be specifically written. They cannot be overly broad, and they have to work in the area where you are. The agreement that I signed was written in Ohio under Ohio law and doesn't necessarily apply to Texas where I am.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. It's not like I'm competing with them. I'm retaining my customers because they had no claim or right to any of my receivables. Then I decided to ignore it and to see what happened. And if there were consequences, there were consequences. But there weren't any consequences because they backfilled my old route with another Mac guy that Cass sees now. And he's a good guy. He's been around for years. He's doing fine. So there really isn't an issue with that. I know, when Mark was on earlier, when he gave up his franchise, he made sure that he did not conduct business in that area. And I guess they threatened him pretty good with legal action if he did. So he played it safe the way he should. And
who did he franchise with?
He won't say. I don't know. I guess there's not good blood there between them.
I know the answer to that. I'll tell you on the back stream.
Does it rhyme with Cornwell? No. So I don't know. So he.
I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. I'll tell you on the back stream. Yeah,
he never told me either. But he, so everyone plays it differently. I just decided to say screw it, and we'll poke this bear and see what happens, and nothing happened. That was 5 years ago. So Brian Stewart just came in. Hey, how's the weather here? It's kind of grainy and muggy.
Yeah,
in Central Texas.
It got warm overnight, and it looks like it's gonna be warm for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it does.
Not too bad. I'm not going to complain. It's better than having 12 inches of snow on the ground.
Oh, yeah, I'm not complaining about that.
We'll see what the weather's going to be like the next 10 days. I think it's going to – well, I can't talk about the next part because it'll kind of give something away.
Can you pantomime it? Can we do charades?
Wednesday of next week is going to be 81 for the high here.
Yep. This is a weird time of year. It goes, I mean, we go through these wild temperature swings. And, a few weeks ago it was down in the overnight lows were in the upper 30s. Daytime highs were in the 50s. And now, next week can be in the 80s.
It's the price of glory.
It is. It's the price of glory. Well, Brian Stewart will trade. He's got a lot of snow. Where are you, Brian?
Buffalo, New York.
Wow. Oh, God. Turbro says, I'm looking for a basic, decent tool cart. Just started in the industry. I'm hoping to get a general cart for a decent price. First of all, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the automotive repair industry. There's a ton of good advice that the guys here on the panel have, Cass and Jude, and when Mark was here. Also, if I could do a little self-promotion, look back through a lot of my videos if you haven't already. There are some very good videos with advice for guys just entering the field, including an interview video that I had with Robert Whitley. He talks about his experience when he was brand new to the industry and the mistakes he made. You can learn a lot from him. I got videos on buying toolboxes and carts and everything else. So my first piece of advice is stay off any of the tool trucks. Doesn't matter whose it is. You're going to spend way too much money for someone who's just starting in the industry. Avoid expensive tools like power tools. Get good with hand tools. Cass will have really good advice for you in that area. And Jude will also be able to back up some of what I'm saying and give you some new advice too. So, welcome.
Pat goes, sounds like he needs an 84-inch Epic with the hutch and 2 lockers.
Snap-on has entered the chat.
Hey, what's the top cabinet that goes above the hutch? It's not quite. It's just mainly for like. Usually put like diag cases and stuff in there. What's that called? Just.
I know Snap-on does have those, right?
Yeah.
Sergio will take 3. Just name your colors. I think Harbor Freight has those in their icon boxes too. I think.
Yeah, they do. I think you're right.
Yeah.
In fact, Country Mile Garage has one on top of his. He calls his box the Franken box because it's got a little bit of everything on it, like a Matco and Snap-on and Harbor Freight and all that. But he's got the icon that top part, a top cabinet. Oh, easy enough.
Oh well, it seems anticlimactic.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was gonna have some big old fancy name, a top cabinet.
Well, back to what Turbo was saying, everyone's going to give you different advice on stuff. My recommendation would be to look at, as far as carts go, you will not find a better cart for the money than the 6-drawer Harbor Freight tool cart. We were just talking about that not too long ago. So if you hadn't yet jumped on the video or the live stream, rather, that was a good conversation about really inexpensive carts from Harbor Freight. In fact, they're having a Black Friday sale right now. Their 6-drawer full bank cart is going for $529.99. That's an insane deal.
And if
I needed something right away, that would
10% off of that.
Yeah, because you can't even get a used cart on a tool truck for less than that.
Is Brian Stewart a Matco dealer? I take it.
That's a good week. Yeah, you can say that again. Yeah, Brian, you sell Matco?
I'm going to grab a glass of water. Just give me a sec.
Okay. Yeah, and Larry says that the icon boxes look great, and they're beautifully built. I know a few guys who own them. In fact, Larry, when you on third shift, there's a guy, Steve, who works at the cell shop. He's got a beautiful blue icon setup with a bottom box, a hutch, and a side cabinet. I think the whole thing cost him under $7,000. There's some, and it's a really well built setup. So you can check his out if you ever get the inkling. I know you were just getting some stuff for your setup, but it's good to when you meet Steve and take a look at what his setup is. He's been very happy with it here for a couple of years now.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Brian's a Macco dealer.
That's pretty good.
That's a good week when he can sell 2 6S boxes. I have a customer who's trying to work a deal with with a colleague of his to sell him his Revel box. If he can't do it, then he wants to put it on my truck, and I would love to get on the truck. I've always thought that the 6Ss are particularly good. I just had a customer who finished his last payment on the 6S that I sold him about 8 months ago. They're great boxes.
Yeah, they are really nice boxes. Even like I said, Jim at the shop just got his within the last 2 or 3 weeks, and he brought it in and he was building it during his lunch hour, putting it together, just putting the casters on and whatnot.
Yeah,
and Gabe, our Cornwall dealer, showed up, and he looked at it and he was like pretty impressed. He's like, "Yeah, man, dude, for that price, and it's going to be hard to compete with that."
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, and Brian says that Revel is discontinued or it's going to be discontinued. Yeah, I heard that. A buddy of mine who's local, he was a Macco dealer. He and I were talking about it a little bit, and I don't know all the inside. I don't know the inside story on that one. I always thought it was a good looking box, though. I don't know, what the thinking is behind discontinuing it. I don't know if my Macco buddy was saying that they just didn't get the sales to justify keeping it on the product line, but I don't know. I thought they looked nice. Anyway,
Flat Rate Master is going to be devastated.
He didn't put any videos this week, I don't think, did he?
No, I think last week he said he was going to take some time off. Or it might have been the week before.
Like for the holidays, or?
I think so.
His rants are always really pretty funny.
Yeah, he goes off and just. I like when he does like the videos with Luber Goober.
Luber Goober. It's the bang.
The backwards and the
glasses.
Tinted glasses, drinking a bang.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty funny, man.
Seems to be like a pretty smart guy too.
Yeah.
Till he knows his way around a ranch.
Brian says he's had a Revel box on his truck since February and it's traded to another dealer. Wow, that's surprising. I like their color combinations and all right, well, let me bounce this story off of you and tell me what your take is on it, because it seemed weird to me, but the deal was this. I on a shop that I've been servicing for a long time, they hired a new tech from a different shop, and he came in with a Revel box, white with black trim. No, sorry, it was a flat gray with orange anodized trim. And I was talking about the box because I really thought that the color combination looked good. And he said, I had a problem. The locks are kind of funky on it, and they're working on getting them replaced. And I guess 1 week led to another, and Macco was having a hard time replacing the locks. The dealer comes in with a new lock set. He installs it, still having problems with it. Couldn't figure it out. So then they bring in the district manager, who he's looking at it. Apparently they can't figure out what's wrong with the lock. And he's telling me this story, and it seems odd to me because I don't know what could possibly be wrong with the box that a replacement lock wouldn't work unless maybe the frame of the box was misaligned or something. I don't know. They wound up giving him, the deal was, oh, good night, Larry. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. I will catch you during the week.
Good night, Larry.
So what they wound up doing is giving me a choice. They said, we'll just replace the entire box. Do you have a color choice? He said, give me the white box with black trim. Okay. And a few weeks go by, they wheel in the brand new box in the shop. And before they wheeled out the old box, they have a younger tech there he's been a tech now for 5 or 6 years. And he was working out of this old beat up, I think it was an old Craftsman cart. And he was accumulating tools, and this thing was just overstuffed. He couldn't close the top, couldn't close the drawers. It was just pile high full of tools. the owner of the shop was a particularly kind guy, and he talked to the Matco guy before he wheeled the old broken box out, and he said, "Can we cut a deal on this box?" And the guy sold it to him for some song of a price, and then the owner offered it to the kid, and he says, "I will finance it for you." And as a result, the new guy got the box with a bad lock, and the other customer got a complete replaced Revel box, which I was surprised to hear. But that's what Matco wound up doing. So I'd be interested to know what your take is on that.
Man, sounds like a win-win.
Everybody won,
Yeah,
except somebody must have
except
lost on it.
Matco.
Right? I don't know what the Revels cost Matco to manufacture, obviously, and I don't know what the dealers are paying for them, but somebody lost on this deal, it seems like. I mean, how
it
can they?
it had to be Matco.
Had to be. Because they're not, I wouldn't think they would stick to dealer with it. So, especially if the district manager got involved. You know, those guys have a lot of latitude to be able to work some numbers, and they can work discounts on stuff, and they have that latitude to do that. So I don't really know what the deal was. I'd love to know, inside that one, what made it work. Quick Rent says that Mac makes a nice box, but they seem to rust here in the north. Excuse me. So a lot of guys don't buy them. I can understand that. It all depends on how they finish them, especially inside and underneath. Well, if it really just came down to shipping it, Brian, I get it. That would be a pretty good deal. Yeah, but everyone got a good deal on that one. So I don't know if Matco would just write it off, or the district manager could just say, "Look, we'll just make the deal work no matter what," because I'm sure it made the dealer happy not to have to load on a box on the truck that you only have to ship back anyway. What are the freight charges for getting that thing back on a freight truck? And it's prohibitive, I'm sure. And I don't know why a broken lock or a lock that wouldn't work would affect the entirety of the box. That seemed weird to me.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So the only thing I could think was maybe the frame of the box was misaligned, but all the drawers worked okay, so I don't know.
But that kid was happy.
He was really happy. And get a load of this. That was the old Matco guy that serviced that customer when he was at his old shop, right? So he was just coming just to kind of wrap this deal up because he kind of had some ownership over it because he sold the box to the guy originally. They since got a new Matco guy. So the kid that bought that box for a song entered a raffle to win a Matco tool cart, and he won it.
Oh, good for
2 months
him.
ago. So he's got this new Matco cart and the box, which was like new with a bad lock. He couldn't be happier.
JWC Tech, yeah, you got to check in with them. Fastenal does freight. They do like large freight shipping. They have a division that does that. They can ship it to the stores. I've had a transmission ship before. We had a big tote funnel shipped to one of their shipping warehouses today. I do know, I'm almost for certain I know they ship boxes. You might want to call over there and find out, or call their shipping department, look it up, call them. That's about all I can tell you. I'm kind of tired right now, so my answer might be a little varied. So
if you're looking at shipping tools, a friend of ours was talking that in the past that you can go to Greyhound and they'll load up like the bottom of the bus, like the storage area, like if they have room. And my friend said he shipped like wheels and stuff from out of state because he got cheap shipping through Greyhound because they're just trying to fill the bus, as much as they possibly can with people or with freight or whatever. So that might be something you're thinking about too. You can look into too. It was Tarek if you want to call him or get in touch with him or something on Instagram. And
Brian says that the Chevy dealer had a Snap-on dealer order 4 Snap-on Epics. None of the boxes and lockers match colors. Everyone in the shop got their boxes under cost. Whoa. Man, talking about being at the right place at the right time.
When you say didn't match color, do you mean like the blues were off, like 2 shades of blue, or like blue boxes and white cabinets or something like that?
Turbro asked some decent budget tool brands that we'd recommend for someone just starting to fill their toolbox.
Garrett, Sonics, Craftsman. You know, if you can find it secondhand, used stuff, you know, you find a good set of Snap-on or Mac sockets or wrenches, you know, secondhand, they still have warranty on them, then that's a good way to go. You know, I've never used Tecton before. I know it looks like Sergio's talking about Tecton right now. I've never used Tecton, but I hear they're okay. So
yeah, I've heard good things about Tecton. I've heard
I'll just answer like this. Whatever looks decent, it's not going to cost you a lot of money because when you're first starting out, you're not going to make a lot of money. So,
and it's more important just to get good at developing your skills and stuff. You're going to need tools that are going to be able to put up with the rigors of the day-to-day work. I've heard good things about Tecton. I've never dealt with them myself. So I would look at that. You can buy gear wrench stuff online at Home Depot and other places too, where you're not going to spend a whole lot of money on them. And those are pro grade too. Miguel Martinez suggests, gear wrench Caprice, Sunex, Astro, another great brand. Great pneumatic and Tecton. Brian Stewart suggests Sunex and gear wrench. Yeah, Sergio likes Tecton as well. Very good brands that you're not going to spend a ton of money on. And stay off the tool trucks until there's enough value in there for where you are in your development that it justifies the higher prices. In the meantime, I would suggest, like Cass said, if you can get stuff used, pawn shops, yard sales are great places to get name brand tools for cheap. So check those out too.
But some of these guys are right, man. You can get some gear wrench stuff at real good prices, and it's got a lifetime warranty. It's pro grade. I mean, shoot, can't beat that. I got a bunch of gear wrench stuff.
I think that most techs that I know have such a varied array of brands. Most guys aren't loyal to a particular brand. They just want a good value. And they want a tool's going to last. And they want to work with guys who are going to be able to stand behind what they sell. And
Turbro, to answer your question, Robert started off with Husky tools. He still has some Husky tools, and he liked using them. And they're good tools. They served him well. He's upgraded over time, so that's definitely another avenue to take as well.
Now, I don't know. I don't know all the details on this. If is Anthony still with us tonight?
Probably not. Probably.
It used to be, and maybe it still is today. I'm not sure. It used to be that Apex Tool Group, that owns Gear Wrench and 30 other brands, used to manufacture Husky's hand tools for them. So you were getting very similar tools between the Husky brand and the Gear Wrench brand. I don't know if that's the case anymore. As I recall, we're going back now maybe 5 or 6 months, so I don't really remember all the details. Anthony GM85, who's on our live streams a lot, was talking about, and he compared. Do you remember this, Drew? Did he compare a gear wrench to a Husky wrench?
Yes.
And he saw some differences in how they were manufactured. And
yeah, he did. He actually, the video you're talking about, he wasn't real happy with the Huskies.
Yeah, as I recall,
saw a lot of manufacturing flaws. But if you like or are interested in Husky, I know right now is the time to go, because go see if your Home Depot has any of those socket sets that you can get for like $100. And then you get, it's a chrome socket set for 100 or 109 bucks, 99 bucks, 109 bucks, something like that. And you get every socket in the world and a couple of ratchets. It's a pretty good deal.
get the deals where you can find them, save yourself the money, and just get good using them. And as you go through your career in a year, 2, 3, whatever, as you start to build your tool collection, at some point you might want to upgrade because your ability and your tools are going to leapfrog each other. So when you first start out, as you're growing your skill set and your experience, and you're not making a ton of money, you can't afford the really expensive tools. That's okay. Get good with the tools that will make you some money today. And then eventually your skills might surpass the capabilities of the tools. Maybe you need stuff that you can apply higher torque to. Maybe you want something that feels better to you. Maybe you're working on stuff that are more confined areas and you need finer tooth ratcheting tools or whatever it is. Then you'll be upgrading your tools. And then you'll find that now your tools are maybe they leapfrogged you and then you're going to leapfrog your tools again. There's a constant never ending tool buying life that you're going into. And, ask any technician who's been doing it for a long time. I'm sure Cass and Jude and plenty of other guys on here will tell you, you'll always have a tool bill somewhere.
You're never going to stop buying them. I
No.
hate to tell you that. You're always going to buy them. I guess the day after I die, I'll stop buying tools.
Yeah. And Miguel Martinez suggests to you, Turbro, check Marketplace for good deals. If you have a chance to check some pawn shops, if you can get a tool truck brand for less than half, they have layaway plans. That's another good point, Miguel. Thanks for bringing that up. So you can have really good payment terms on stuff that, these are high quality name brand tools that, they're used, but used sockets, ratchets, and wrenches are always going to hold their value and their performance abilities. Some Huskies still rebranded Gear Wrench and Apex. They even have the pinless swivels and the nano sockets. That's interesting. I didn't know that. And Sergio says that Technic is a 10% discount if you buy from their site. That's good to know because they don't have much of a dealer network. They're mainly an online retailer. So I had inquired to them a couple of years ago if they'd be interested in signing on new dealers, and they said they were not. So I don't know, if they're just focusing on online and like discount online retail sites. If they are, then you can get some really good deals there, especially if they're taking an additional percentage off.
All right, I got to call it for me tonight. I'm about to fall asleep
we're at
in
the
the chair.
4-hour mark, boys. Oh, yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, you guys have been going for a while.
It has
been for over an hour.
Well, thank you, Cass, and thank you, Jude, for jumping on tonight. It was a lot of fun.
Yep.
No, dude, I always enjoy hanging out, man. I appreciate the late.
Yeah.
Yep.
Always good to have
fun.
you guys on. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Good conversation. We still have 46 people on. So very good conversation tonight. Nice varied topics. I hope that the earlier part of the stream answered any questions you may have had about the drawing process that we're going to use next Friday. So don't forget that if you are interested in entering the drawing for the Snap-on Gold Medal Limited Edition Toolbox, you may still do so if you go to coiltools.com/fundraiser. There is all the information you need to know about entering the drawing, including a link to where you can make your donation to the fundraiser and get your ticket. So you have until the end of the day on Thursday, December 8th to make your contributions and get your tickets for the drawing. You may contribute at any time, regardless of the drawing, but for the drawing itself, if you want the ticket, it's a $200 contribution that will get you the ticket for the drawing on the toolbox. So check out coiltools.com/fundraiser for all the details and pictures of the box there. So thank you all very much. Let's hand it over to Jude so he can have say his goodbyes. Are you?
No, he's on mute.
You're muted, Jude. Oh, hold on.
It was fun. I always like listening to your live streams or watching your videos, Lindsay. It's cool. Everyone in the chat, thanks for hanging out. Make sure you guys check out Tex Talking Shop on YouTube and on Instagram. It's a great bunch of guys and girls that put out some cool videos that are hopefully worthy of your watch hour or watch time. All right. See you guys next time.
Guys,
thanks for joining in. We appreciate it. Go to Power Stroke Jude, check his channel out. Subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Go over to Text Hockey Shop, check that out. There's a lot of good folks over there. Make sure you subscribe to Lindsay's channel if you're not a subscriber. And think about joining the, I don't know what you call it, the drawing to win the Snap-on Toolbox. It's for a good cause, and it could change your life, I promise. That's it for me.
thanks again to everyone in the chat. My thanks to Cass and Jude for keeping the conversation lively, and I really appreciate all the questions and the comments that you've been leaving in the chat and just keeping the whole thing rolling. I know it's 4 hours long, but man, you all hung in there, and I appreciate that. Please do check out my website if you want to enter the drawing or make a contribution to the fundraiser. And we will see you all again next Friday, December 9th at 9:30 p.m., where we will hold the drawing for the Toolbox. So please tune in because you won't want to miss that.
9:30 Central.
Was that?
9:30 Central.
Yes, 9:30 Central Time. Thank you. And I'll be sending out some promotional stuff for it during the week on my Instagram channel, and I'll probably have a promotional video or two that go up as a reminder. So do me a favor and subscribe if you haven't, because there's a ton of stuff coming on the line that I know you're not going to want to miss. And do me a favor. Remember to use the tool. Don't be one.